not saying I know anything. I'm really literally saying I don't know. I think these are really good questions. I
Yeah.
don't want to say that just because I'm myself asking these questions, I think they're going to have a bad answer or a good
Yeah, no,
answer. I'm
me
just
neither.
trying to.
Yeah, I just don't know. That's the thing. I'm trying to, like, just like you, I'm trying to visualize the scenario both ways.
Exactly. And
Because of
that's
course,
where I'm at.
because of
And
course I'm looking at all the Icosa I'm making, and I'm thinking, I want this to be able to sustain. You know, like I'm sure everyone does.
I'm right with you. That's my biggest, like, I don't have time to fiddle around really with short-term games. I don't care. I don't want to do that. I can if that's the best there is. I really
Yeah,
want to be focusing on Hedron and Icosa. I think there's a huge upside. If I find out, this is pretty much, I think, the truth. If I find out, shoot, in a year this is not going to sustain itself, I will just get out. Like, um, and if I find out the opposite, like, and the just to be clear too, the reason I answered your question with a 90-day, like in 90 days, we have a bunch of HSIs and we're going to probably have a bunch of yields. So I can see why there's incentive 90 days out, which is great because I didn't know that was going to happen before. I wasn't like seeing relatively quantifiable reasons to hold Icosa. It was a guess. It was speculation. Now we have actual on-chain data saying, yes, we do have a bunch of HSIs in 90 days. So that's a reason. The truth is my mind is really gotten that far. I've seen that with the first bit of HSIs, we've got this much Hedron burn. That's good. I've seen that we've
yeah.
got this much HSIs in our future. That's good. This should tell us, like, we should be able to speculate a little bit more with a little bit more education, I think, because what's happened as a result of the HSIs that are going through the auctions now, a lot of those have come back. We can have a little bit better educated guess of if this cycle is going to continue over and over. But as far as at least more objective data, it's still only 90 days out, and but I think we can speculate a little bit further. But the truth is, I'm still figuring that out myself. Like
I
I
would
don't
say
have a confident answer.
Hedron, you can look into the future almost infinitely and know that it's always going to have a demand and a use case, because there's always going to be like some kind of HSI going up for auction. And it is like what people say, it's a T-share coupon, you know?
Yep.
There just needs to be a market for the T-shares. And there will be, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Basically,
I
what
I
I've
have
noticed with
to take a call here pretty quick, just so
Icosa,
you know.
is one way to phrase it that I've experienced is that it seems to essentially, so say you have an HSI with 10,000 hex in it, right? And the price of hex is 5 cents, right? So if my math's right, I think that's $200, something like that. What Icosa allows you to do is you go in there and essentially it allows you to basically renege on your stake, right? You essentially liquidate all the hex or the
Yeah.
equivalent USD. You receive your Icosa, the similar USD value, as if you were to have just never staked and held that hex and decided to market sell. Right.
But
That's
I
basically what
guess
you
it's
get
into the
for your
future.
Icosa. What's
How
that?
can you, into the future, like, it's how do you know that you'll be able to get you'll be able to extract the value that way? Like, will you be able to set, like,
Well,
will
yeah,
Icosa?
that's the second question. Like, what about the price of Icosa itself? But yeah, if you sell right then and there. But one thing else I wanted to mention that I thought seemed counter to what my understanding was, wouldn't more HSIs being made lead to more Hedron and therefore a lower ultimately Icosa yield? Like, I don't see why.
So Icosa is
More.
going to be
Mhm.
harder to get over time it will be like more and more difficult. The same way with Hedron, it'll be more and more difficult to extract or to inflate into existence Icosa and Hedron. So there will be like a downward trending scarcity type of thing, um, which is good. It's just
Right. I forgot about that. That's what makes Hedron so fucking brilliant. It's
yeah,
so fucking brilliant and counterintuitive because our brains are so trained to think value needs to be this additive thing, right? Essentially inflation, right? If we're not adding more coins, if not getting, if there not being more coins, then how is it gonna, what's going on? But Hedron is like deceptively simple, and the way it increases its value, as you just stated, is through the burning. So it's almost like a negative value add, if that makes sense. Like, or another way to put it would be,
it is always
what do we call
inflating.
it?
It's always coming into existence,
Deflationary.
but the rate that it's coming in is harder and harder and less over time. And
Okay.
Icosa,
Mhm. Oh, sorry. I guess a clearer way to articulate what I was saying is we tend to think uh, uh, demand go up or price go up because demand go up, right? We need increased demand in order to increase the price. But that's what I think is cool about Hedron. And if Icosa is similar, I'm trying to look it up now because I'm not super familiar with like the guts of it. But if it's similar concept to how Hedron operates as far as like the tokenomics and its value proposition, then I know how Hedron works. And like I said, it's because, as you were saying, it's like disinflationary or whatever. The burning mechanism increases its value even if there's no demand. I I think, or even if there's no increased demand, the price can still go up even without increased um,
we need
demand.
we need Sloth or Alex in the voice chat to help us think about uh, Icosa long term. Because I feel like
Because of
there's stuff
this
I'm missing.
burn. That's true.
But I guess it's like anything. Like you've got Dogecoin, and I mean the most insane stuff that have still like held through the craziest bear market, just because there's always going to be volume, and people are going to speculate. And so it's probably the same with Icosa. But I'm just struggling to see how it could possibly hold its ceiling um, into the long term future.
Well, I think the idea is if Hex is able to do that, then in turn, Icosa.
I would expect Hedron to hold closer to the ceiling than Icosa. Not well, ceiling R point, like whatever you want to call it. I would expect the fair value to be more on the Hedron side. I'm surprised. I mean, maybe not at the moment because the yield rewards are so good, the staking rewards are so juicy that maybe it makes sense for Icosa to be right up there. But I think just from a game theory point of view, it should be the other way around. Like when everything's working like as it should be, or when everything gets up to like fair value, I would expect Hedron to stay closer to Arb point than Icosa, because there's just more value that can be extracted with Hedron.
Yeah, I actually wanted to say Hex, Hedron, Icosa, but I just felt like because we're in Icosa Chat and just didn't feel like saying putting that part in, but yeah. My point being, Icosa's value proposition is of course necessarily connected to Hex's, right? But if Hex is able to increase its value, then in turn Hedron will, and then in turn Icosa will. I love it. There's a PLSD Icosa pair. That's cool. With 586 USD in volume. Woo!
Did y'all see Huey put out a tweet? Apparently 219 million or billion Hedron burned already for today's yield compared to I think we had like 80 yesterday. So that's awesome.
I didn't see that. What was that for today? I'm sorry.
No worries. So I think I'm checking Hex model right now. We had 89 billion Hedron burned yesterday for whatever that yield was. It was like 2% in the Watsa and the Icosa pools, and then like a lot less for the Hedron pool. But today we're already at with still time left about 200. I think it was 240. 219.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember last night when I was doing some bidding, and I had to go to sleep, that I looked ahead a few hours, and there were some huge HSIs, like multiple ones that were 500,000 hex, a million hex. So it must have been from them.
Yeah, I was a little worried that we were going to drop off quite a bit after yesterday's yield because it's exponentially less than 1.6 trillion. But I think we at least have a big day when the HSIs come back in roughly 90 days. Plus, it's still such a new system. I think people are still figuring out all the mechanics of actually burning Hedron and figuring out the value of Hedron. So it's an exciting time to be alive.
There were some deals to be had, apparently. I'm looking here. There's a 5,800 X stake, 15 years with a 10x bonus, went for 4.6 million Hedron.
I hope
Dang,
that's not the case.
Yeah, it's right there. It's ID 584569. Typically I see, if it's like a 10,000 hex stake for 5555 with 0x multiplier, it goes for around like 100 million. Like you might see it around there. So you would suspect a 6,000 hex stake to go for somewhere around, 6 million or 60 million Hedron. But this 5,800 hex stake with a 10x multiplier went for 4.6 million Hedron. So that slipped through the cracks somehow.
Yeah, I don't know. I've watched, I've bid for hours and hours and hours, and I don't see anything slipping through the cracks. I don't know if I have bad luck, but yesterday I was noticing the discount was on average around 10% at best.
Yeah, I won like 5 last night before I went to bed, and I basically got like around like 5 to 6,000 hex for free from just buying off here instead of going to the market with the money I
Percentage wise,
spent.
was that around a 10% discount?
Yeah, about that. Yeah. But it's
Here's
nice
one.
because I don't have to fucking make an HSI, you know what I mean? I don't have to do any of that. It just comes pre-packaged. You just fucking buy it.
Yeah.
I've been tempted to just start to stay up till like some really random hour, like 3 a.m. Eastern time, and try to minimize when people are awake, and then just start a shit ton of them and see what happens. If I win on the minimum bid, it's because I mean, best case, I get some shares super cheap. Worst case, I lose a little bit of ETH and a shit ton of Hedron gets burned. So it's super tempting, but I've staked most of what I want to allocate, so it's figuring it out.
Notice that for the leftover auctions that have not had a starting bid, a lot of them are very small. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, but I've noticed we've got some unlocking too that are bigger because as they were, obviously we had like the biggest amount on the launch day, but um, some of them you can't even start yet. I haven't checked in a little while, but there's some bigger ones locked up in
Good point.
availability.
I feel like I'm not a pool kind of guy, if you know what I mean, but it would be really cool if, like, I don't know, if we had some sort of automatic function that started bids, like made sure that every day, there was a percentage of the bids that are there that were started. I don't know, just thinking outside the box here.
Yeah, we got to figure out a way to get all these auctions started for sure. Because right now, that's probably the least incentivized action to take in the whole system because you can just wait for somebody to start the auction and then, I mean, they waste their capital in a sense by putting that minimum bid out and then almost certainly going to get overbid. So they're locking up their Hedron for that amount of time and they're not really getting reward for, besides the Hedron burn, which I guess is worth it. So I haven't really thought through what like the ratio of how much ETH you're burning versus how much reward you're getting to the pool. I guess it would incentivize bigger stakers to be starting these auctions. Like I'm not a massive staker, but feels like the more you have staked, the more incentive you have to start these auctions.
That's a good
Dude,
point. And then maybe just taking advantage of the typical Sunday night discount on gas fees could
Yeah,
be advantageous.
so that stake with the 10x, 6,000 hex, just the hex is worth about $186, and the winning bid was $13
wow.
in Hedron. Yeah. So,
So that's like
and that
what
happened, dude. He made out like a bandit. Like I was up until 3, like 3 a.m. Eastern, but I think it's like the sweet spot might be like early morning Eastern Standard Time. Like 7, 8 a.m. type of deal.
Yeah, you got a bunch of people going to work. I feel like it seems like most of the audience is either on the East Coast of the U.S. or the West Coast of the U.S. I haven't really heard too much from outside of that range, outside of the United States, really. But I'm sure there's like some people in Europe that are participating. But I think you're right, like maximizing those either the work hours for when people can't access the auctions, or awkward times to be awake. Like you got young kids or whatever, you're not going to be up at, or maybe you are, but you're not going to plan to be up at 3 or 4 in the morning.
Is there any reason why someone would sell their 10x HSI?
Instant liquidity. I mean,
Yeah, like day one, August 15th, I didn't sell any of my 10x's to the Icosa protocol because
But
they're
I'm
probably
saying
going to
like,
carry a heavy premium in the future.
yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I was able to win. I mean, I think the first day of auctions, there was a 10,000 hex HSI with a 10x multiplier. I think I paid like 130 million. So that's definitely more expensive than that one that gentleman just talked about that dude just won for like 6 million or whatever. But I mean, if I'm earning like 15,000 Hedron a day, I'm not minting it. I'm just holding it. I feel like at the end of the day, I don't see why would somebody tokenize that and then sell it back into the auctions.
Depends on how long term your view is of the whole system.
Yeah, I mean, because at the end of the day, I think you guys were mentioning earlier that I mean, it is kind of strange that Hedron hasn't. It's not even near its parity. But now with these HSIs that kickstarted that, I mean, now with all this Hedron being burned, I feel like
Yeah,
you know,
man.
6 months to a year from now, it should. I mean, it should start like increasing just naturally over time.
And honestly, dude, it could happen. I mean, my speculation is that it could happen way sooner because you're talking about people of art, like a lot of people on day one blew their load, so to speak, and spent like they didn't. We probably shook out a bunch of people that really didn't hardcore believe in Hedron or see the value in it yet. And the more and more these auctions go on, the less supply there is. So I think I have a hunch that in the very short term we're going to see a spike on Hedron, and that's why I'm not staking. I mean, I'm probably going to hold Hedron for a long time, but that's why I have one stake that's like just within 30 days, so that if there is a massive run up, I can capitalize some of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely long term on both Hedron and Icosa. That's why I was like, with this 10x multiplier, my goal was just to get at least one. And like I said, I think Hedron would definitely hit a penny at the peak of the next bull run, or maybe even more, because I mean, you just never know. I mean, a lot of people, I think I mentioned earlier, a lot
I'll
of people
also say I've
predicted.
noticed that my pool ownership of the Icosa pool has been steadily, not crazily, but steadily ticking down. Whereas I'm very happy to see that my Watsa ownership has stayed the same for the most part because we haven't really seen much burn. But that's the nice argument for Watsas right now is that your pool ownership is never going to go down unless you sell part of your Watsas. But there's also less and less supply available to be purchased. Almost all of the ones that are listed that you can see on OpenSea are not for sale.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to start looking into the Watsas. I mean, I definitely regret it, not before, because I mean, it's already just a lot to take in. It's overwhelming trying to understand this entire ecosystem. So for me, I just want Hedron on Icosa. I
I
mean,
also really want to see
NFTs.
poly version 2 come out because I think they've learned, well, they're still analyzing everything, but I'm sure they've learned a lot about mistakes and improvements. And I think that this next wave is especially getting up to this um, reissuance of the 90-day stakes that have already been resold to Icosa. I think they're going to have a lot of potential there and a lot of potential for burn.
Yeah, and like to whoever's point earlier that was kind of asking about the kind of virtual ceiling prices of Hedron versus Icosa and the value prop of continuing to use the HSI buyback long term. It's like if you imagine right now you have the ability to be able to, for example, get a HSI for $100 worth of Hedron at auction, but maybe you can instantly get $150 of Icosa for that. So you know, people's kind of buying point is not necessarily measured in the amount of hex or the amount of t-shares that stake has. They might just be looking at the buyback value in real time to try and extract instant liquidity and arbitrage spread essentially. So that then gives them more buying power on the second auction, for example. And kind of with that metric, you know, you've seen Icosa launch and you have instant demand for Icosa because people wanted to stake it. But the only way to get Icosa initially was to sell your HSI to the HSI buyback to get that Icosa. As soon as we seen Icosa hit the liquidity pools, instantly somebody bought it and 50x the price. and the price exceeded that virtual arbitrage point instantly in one transaction, you see a huge wick. And so straight away off the cuff, you see an instant demand for Icosa. The only place to satisfy that demand essentially was through the HSI buyback. And then as soon as it was available on the market, that demand was satisfied and it exceeded the price exceeded the virtual ceiling price or the arbitrage point, whatever you want to call it. So then you had the opportunity to make a HSI and get more Icosa than you'd be able to get on the market, and essentially then sell that, get more hex, make a new HSI until the price of Icosa came down and met that equilibrium point. And then so long term, like to the kind of question whoever had long term, like what would incentivize people to sell HSIs to the buyback over time? And the answer is kind of like assuming we have demand, right? Like demand has to be there for Icosa and Icosa staking in general. So whether people want to speculate or they want to stake Icosa, if people want to get Icosa, then the lower the price relative to the ceiling, the more it makes sense to go to Uniswap and buy it. But the closer it is to the ceiling or at the ceiling or above, the more it makes sense to just make a HSI, sell it to the buyback. Because even if you're not staking it, you're going to get more Icosa to hodl and speculate on price appreciation. If you are staking it, then it's more incentive to do that because you're going to get A, more Icosa to stake, and B, you're now kind of fueling the system, and you know that that HSI will be bid on in 90 days or will be available to be auctioned in 90 days. And then the result of that auction will equal more yield for you for that Icos you've just staked. So assuming there's demand long term, you can kind of funnel it down to a simple statement that like assuming there's always demand long term for Icosa, the lower the price, the more that demand will be satisfied through the open market, and the higher the price relative to that kind of virtual arbitrage point, that virtual ceiling price, then the more the demand will be satisfied through the HSI buyback. If we exceed that virtual ceiling, pretty much all of the demand will be satisfied through the HSI buyback. If we're extremely low versus that ceiling, pretty much all of the supply, all of the demand will be satisfied through the open market. So there's kind of two polar examples, and then maybe a middle point of, you know, when we're at, you know, let's say the ceiling was at $1, and we were at like 98 cents, it might still make sense to buy off the market because you get a little bit more. But people that are really, you know, they believe in the system may still go to the HSI buyback just so they can kind of fuel that system long term and create more yield, right? So that's kind of like Icosa specific. And then with Hedron, like, you know, somebody asked or was surprised why the Icosa price is floating around that point, but the Hedron one isn't. And you have to think about it, like when Hedron first came out, there was massive inflation. People had these bonuses. They could kind of mint retroactively from their stakes. Some of them were day one stakes with huge amounts of T-shares. And so you've seen all this inflation and a lot of sell pressure early on, you know? And so with Icosa, it was like the polar opposite. It started with zero supply. And the only way to get it was to kind of go to the HSI buyback. And the first purchase made in Icosa, 50x the price from whatever it started to a point that was above that arbitration point. So straight away, we saw the price kind of settle around that point. And so it's only now that we've had the ability to be able to arbitrage the price when it's away from the ceiling. Like, let's say, I think the ceiling in the last few days has been like $1.10 before we had this little price down in Hex. And, you know, you saw people arbitraging $7,000, $20,000 worth of Icosa. Like, I've seen this multiple times because they obviously got a discount relative to the amount of Icosa they could extract. So now all of a sudden you don't need it to go above the arbitrage point for there to be like a global arbitrage opportunity. You had the chance to individually take that. So now you see Icosa start to dip, start to pull away from that point more than it has ever done, because this is the real, like the first real time that we've had an opportunity to see what would happen when A, there's more supply available on the market, B, people have the opportunity to arbitrage when it's away from that point. So it's the case that, you know, if the same happens for Hedron and demand continues for Hedron and price goes up with Hedron, the closer we get to that arbitrage point, the more people will start to borrow. I'm sure some people might leverage. You know, very dangerous, but you can indirectly just leverage by taking your borrowed Hedron, even if it's not profitable for you to do it. You could take your borrowed Hedron, sell it for Hex, get another HSI stake, but then you make the agreement with yourself that I'm going to pay these advances off over time. You don't do it to just get rid of the HSI. And then if and when it goes above the price, then you can just recycle HSIs that you don't care about. You'll let them get liquidated because you're only doing it there and then for the financial gain. So you'll kind of see over time, you know, perhaps in the long-term future, you'll kind of see an exponential decrease in the ability to mint Hedron. And so you'll have more of a scenario like we had in the early days of Icosa, where there was little supply. And so these things were more apparent. It was more obvious to see, like, hey, here's the point where people are willing to sell. Here's the point where people are willing to buy. And all this range here is where people are more likely to use the buyback. And then you'll have that with Icosa, like, here's where people are not willing to borrow. Here's where they are. But then when it's up here, everybody's borrowing and everybody's arbitraging. And it's just because you had that like huge supply with Hedron up front, you didn't really see this huge gain, like a 50x in the first transaction, like you did with Icosa. Because before Icosa even launched, we were all talking about these metrics. We were presenting these different kind of moon math theories that could happen. So whoever made that first purchase, in his head, Icosa is already worth X amount of dollars. I think it was like $1.80 or something. But the price started at like 15 cents. But it instantly, you know, met that point because somebody thought, hey, I'm just going to buy, you know, everything I've got and push this price sky high. And so, you know, it's just a case of supply and demand and the market deciding, hey, like this is what we're valuing it because of the supply that's available now. And like you see, people started to stake Hedron, price went up. So it's that same metric. It's just slower in Hedron because there's way more supply and more liquid supply relative to Icosa.
Sorry, Nomad, I lost you after the first sentence. Could you repeat all that, please?
But I mean, it's pretty much what we've been discussing, right? Like we were discussing this before we launched, and it's just a more detailed explanation of why these things happen, you know? Like if I use buyback function, I get Icosa, I stake Icosa. Me using buyback function creates inflation in 90 days. Then when I get inflation, other people see this inflation like, yeah, demand increases. As demand increases, more people use buyback to stake because they want to get Icosa. By using buyback, it creates inflation. They get that inflation, then more people are like, oh, hey, they got inflation. I want to stake. Demand increases. More people use. And so that's just a simplified way of like the positive feedback loop it creates. And so in theory, if demand was to exponentially increase over time, that's kind of what we'd see play out. You know, the lower the price goes, the more people will buy off Uniswap. The more people buy off Uniswap, the price goes up. The closer the price goes to the arbitrage point, the more people use buyback. You know, the more people use buyback, the more yield there is. The more yield there is, the more demand increases. And so this just is like a perpetual feedback loop that in theory should continually and you know, even if it decreases over time and we don't have as much activity as we did in the early days, because that was huge activity, like in theory it should continually perpetuate, you know. There wouldn't be a time where you could probably say like, hey, there's been 3 months without an auction, because that's pretty much nobody's using the protocol, right?
Tokenomics ever.
Hell yeah.
There are people that make HSIs without not intending to sell them to the Icosa contract, but to actually have them function like a native stake, but having the assurance of if they need to get out of them, then they can, and how that would be relative to pull back, big pullbacks in the market, or maybe the opposite, which would be huge advances in value. And instead of people early end staking, you know, like a native stake, because they're like, oh shit, Hex is $5. I don't care if I get hit with my principal. I mean, my yield. So basically what I'm saying is that might also be, there might be some sort of metric that happens when Hex appreciates in a big way. Like that might actually increase the HSI function being used.
Yeah, and that'll also like give the opportunity for people to not necessarily sell at the arbitrage point because they'll still be in profit relative to where they purchased, right? And like an example of this is like this is available now. If you bought a HSI in the last few days from auction, 25% below the value that the HSI can get at the buyback with Icosa, then even if you instantly sold that for Icosa, you've made 33%. You know, by getting it 25% off, you make 33% more. So it's kind of like,
Oh my god.
sorry, someone's mic's open.
I would be so happy if that.
But yeah, so if you, for example, bought a HSI for 25% off in the last few days, and then the price of, you know, like let's say Icosa went to $10, or let's say you got it for half price, just to keep the math easy, right? You've just got a HSI at the auction for half price, and Icosa went to $10. Well, you're essentially like, your kind of mental buying point is $5 Icosa because you got it half price. So anywhere between 5 and 10, well, you're over the moon. So even if you're selling it for $8 and you're taking slippage, or you're getting kind of pennies on your own dollar, well, that's still way more than you purchased because your buy point is different to everybody else's because now we have this opportunity to buy at a discounted rate. So I definitely think we'll see people making HSIs, you know, that owe them $100 at the arbitrage point. And even if we never exceed the arbitrage point, if they sold it in the future for $200 below the arbitrage point, they've still doubled their money. So, you know, as these metrics play out, then we may start to see some more divergence from that kind of virtual ceiling arbitrage point, like whatever you want to call it. But we just haven't seen that because there's been very little supply. And the only way to get supply was to kind of either buy from the market very near the arbitrage point or make a HSI and sell it to the contract. So it didn't really make sense to do that, to just, you know, spend $100 to get $100 back. So we haven't seen a lot of sell pressure. We haven't seen a lot of, you know, arbitrage happen below that point yet. So now it started, you know, this may increase over time and we'll see some more divergence, but then we'll also see the lower it goes below that ceiling price, the more buy pressure we could have if demand continues to increase. If people want to buy Icosa and it makes more sense to do it on the market, they'll do that. They're not going to do something that's against their own financial interest. So we'll start to see like an oscillation then between that arbitrage point and kind of the lowest point it's ever been, like the all-time low. And you know, as we have more data, as we have 6 months, 12 months, 2 years worth of data, we can start to then say, hey, how is this looking versus the T-share? How is this looking versus the whole Hex ecosystem, so to speak?
Yeah, I think eventually, you know, people are going to start realizing that they don't need to make native stakes anymore, and they can use the, they can make HSIs, even if they don't intend to, you know, use the system, simply because they have it as their fail-safe for early end staking, so to speak, without incurring penalties. And I think when the majority of Hexicans or the Hexican community starts to realize that, then the shift will come over from native staking to HSI, creating HSIs. And then I think that'll eventually lead to, you know, big upside for the burn mechanism.
Yeah, and like, just like you said, Hedron, if you imagine Hedron was a way that you can extract liquidity if and when you need to. You know, if you have a medical emergency, if you want to buy a Lambo, whatever the meme of the day is, whatever you want to buy, right? You can do that through extracting minted Hedron or borrowing Hedron instead of having to EES your hex stake. Well, now you have the opportunity to be able to kind of get a good kind of price for that hex stake 24/7, 365 through the HSI buyback. But again, we haven't really seen that because we haven't had a big price increase from the point where people like their average buying point. You buy $100 hex and you can sell it for $50 of Icosa because the price went down. Well, it's not economically beneficial for you to do that. If we have a 10x in price and all of a sudden you can get $1,000, like sure, if you held it long term, you might make $50,000 off that 15-year hex stake. But because you needed the liquidity, if you'd have VES'd it, you'd have got nothing because you're not halfway through the stake. If you'd have extracted some Hedron, maybe you'd get $200. So instead, you sell it to the HSI buyback, so you can kind of get the most bang for your buck, and you still made a 10x on that stake. So I think as time plays out, as we start to, as an ecosystem, as a crypto ecosystem in general, and the world economic system, like everything's down right now, right? As things start to go up, as we hit bull markets, as we start to get gains, people will start to do that, I think, and use the HSI buyback for that other kind of function that it was designed for. And that's just having somebody that's always there on chain to buy your hex stake 24/7, 365. And the shop never closes, right? So, that's kind of the intention for Icosa, as well as being kind of like a sink for Hedron, as well as creating these positive feedback loops. It's just the ability to be able to sell your stake, which in and of itself creates a positive feedback loop. So yeah, I think like as well, the game theory is just endless. As we go on in time, we'll have different ways we can mix and match these functions, different ways we can, intertwine this with borrowing Hedron, for example. And you have like a medley of kind of secondary plays or extracurricular plays that's not the obvious stake and wait for yield, but it's these other things that you can extract value from because you just used it in a in a more game theoretical way, and that is what it was designed for, right? And that's why there's all these bells and whistles. But if you're somebody new in the system, like the gentleman we saw last night that was in SHIB, he hasn't got any hex, but he staked heavily in Hedron and Icosa. Well, great, that's good for you too. You don't really need to understand the other stuff. You can come in, you can make a stake, you can get yield and learn the other stuff later on. So I feel like there's something for everyone. And as we go along, we'll start to kind of learn off each other and be able to just extract value from this, what we all agree is the best asset ever, which is hex and hex stakes specifically.
True. What was I going to say? It seems that that this is an arb. Okay, so we could potentially market this to those individuals that are in crypto that are arbitrage opportunists. So maybe people that are outside the Hexaking community that are in that subset could be brought in to this system once they realize that there's like, is it 9? I don't know. What would be really cool is to have like a write-up, like a concise kind of short write-up about all the different potential ARB opportunities. But I think it is somewhere on the magnitude of like 9 different potential ARB opportunities.
Yeah, my plan is, to be honest, like I said to Alex a couple of days ago, like I've got some stuff that I'm kind of wrapping up right now with work, and like my plan is to kind of make a comprehensive, like easy to understand, both for new people and for people that are, have like an in-depth understanding of the whole system, like a comprehensive document which shows Hex, Hedron, and Icosa and how they all work together. And it's maybe 4 or 5 pages long, but it just really gets to the nitty gritty of like, if you don't know anything, you now understand everything. And if you do know everything, you now understand on a deeper level all the ways that can be intermingled. And, even with borrowing Hedron, like the gentleman mentioned earlier, like I think it was Maxim, we haven't yet seen people do that because it's just not that economically beneficial to do it. You make $1,000 hex stake and you can borrow $50. Doesn't really make sense to put that $1,000 hex stake as collateral to do that. So yeah, like I plan to do some stuff in the near future where, people will have, and like in addition to like, Bluebo always says like we've got the best pastor in crypto. And I really think the pastas, like you can trigger the pasta, and if you didn't know anything, you can go to Hedron, trigger all the pasta calls, go to Icosa, trigger all those calls, and you can understand both systems as long as you understand hex. So if we had a way where we could just add hex kind of, not necessarily pasta calls, but add the kind of same context for hex in a document, add everything for Hedron on Icosa, and everybody uses this, imagine the buy pressure there, right? Like imagine the buy pressure with somebody having like a step-by-step guide of sorts and how you can extract value for yourself. It's not like nobody wants to make money. That's why we're here. So I just think, it's better for my bags, it's better for everybody's bags to do what's economically beneficial for them. And no, I can't tell you what's good for you. You can't tell me what's good for me because everybody's different, but everybody can use the system in their own way, which will make up and to the right happen more quickly, I think. So yeah, I definitely think there's demand for it. Even people would pay for that, I'm sure. So if we have these documents floating around and each one just teaching one what they learned yesterday, and eventually when we finally do, and again, like I've always said, it hexagons, it's just like 100,000 hexagons high-fiving right now, which is great. Like there's nothing wrong with that. But imagine when we have 1 million people, 2 million people in hex. Imagine what that looks for hex, Icosa, and Hedron, and even like Maximus and all the other derivatives that are yet to be built. Like imagine 5 years, 10 years down the line. So the more that we know now, the more we can teach the new people that come in, like the in-depth intricacies of all the ways you can extract value for yourself. People like extracted value. That's why they're here,
Yeah,
right?
I think the important part for people that are new to the system or that aren't really technically savvy types of people that have a hard time focusing on the details and seeing all the little tiny details and nuances of the system would be that if we could somehow relate all the information, I think that's really important, and back out and see the larger picture and the effect, the potential effect that it has. I think that's really important. I mean, I 100% appreciate everyone's technical ability in this group, but I think sometimes it can be a little overwhelming, and I think relating, like backing out and seeing the bigger picture, and even in those different ARB opportunities and how it all ties together with Hex. I think that's really genius, because because ultimately we're riding on the strength of a giant that will probably, in my opinion, be the store of value for crypto 2.0, like the store of value for Bitcoin. Excuse me, for crypto in with was Bitcoin. And now I think there's the much better and the best store of value, which obviously should be the foundation and the basis of a whole cryptoverse, so to speak. So I think Hex is that, and I think we're the closest. This system is the closest to Hex. So it's going to be fun.
Oh, thanks. I was having a talk with Mike earlier on. I was telling him about, well, he was saying he's going to have trouble deciding what to do and what to sell because he's becoming quite attached to everything, and everything looks as though it's going to be a good play going forward. And I said, well, it's very simple. What you sell, you just sell a kidney. And there was a pasta command in another community that basically calculated the price that you could get for a kidney and then equaled it to the current price of that particular token. And I just wondered if we could have a pasta command for selling your kidney. So exclamation kidney.
I'll add it just for you.
What's up there? Let's get all the body parts, an ear, an eye, nose, a throat.
Can't be selling these nuts though. I'll build a derivative market on all that.
Go on then, DJ, trigger it.
Oh God, amazing. Hold on. Oh damn! I thought I thought it was actually going to calculate it for me. Couldn't you add, however, if you were to, it would raise X amount of Hedron? It needs to track the price of Hedron in relation to how much you can get roughly for selling your kidney.
Okay, go.
Brilliant, love it. Does it actually track it?
Nah, it's gone now. I hope you liked it. We're never getting it again.
But no, thanks for that. At least it's recorded in chat for forever. Oh, Alex has just commented. Have you seen?
Right now, or just about right now, is when millionaires are made in crypto. It's all about positioning yourself in the right assets. I wish I was that lucky bloke from yesterday who picked up 500,000 hex HSI for 500 million Hedron. Man, what a discount.
God damn.
I'm seriously considering just taking my liquid Hedron and creating another wallet and staking it, trading it for Icosa.
Yeah, I had to swap some hex. The ratio was pretty great.
Hex Hedron ratio.
Hex Icosa. Well, technically Icosa hex, but you know what I mean. So the new shark position in Icosa is about 15,000.
That's crazy. $15,000 to be a shark in the Icosa pool. That's nuts. Like we're gonna look back on
not a
that and
shark,
be
a
like,
whale. A whale, a whale.
sorry, yeah, whale. That we're gonna look
Yeah.
back on that and be like, that was the biggest missed opportunity. Well, if we didn't take it, but yeah, I have a feeling it's gonna be a lot like I'm on the phone. It'll be a lot like you know, being early on in Hex adoption amplifier days. I need to liquidate everything in my life that I'm not using and get more Icosa staked.
Okay, so the new shark position is around 1,600. Used to be 800. Around 800 when I started.
It depends too on the price, because yesterday it was less and today it's more.
Isn't it more dependent on how much is in the pool?
Well, it will be that.
More than price?
It will be that as well, but and there's two factors to it.
But how does the price affect it?
Well, the price, because the price is down. Yesterday it was 95 cents. Well, oh, okay, I see what you're talking about, but I've already attempted to do it. Like I've been looking at adding a couple stakes between yesterday and today, and it was a little bit more. So maybe you're right. Maybe it's more on the how many new stakes do we have?
Yeah, because it's like depending on your points versus the share of the pool. I mean, if the pool changes, the points that you need to have whatever 0.1% of the pool changes, with regardless of price. I mean, or am I?
No, you're
wrong?
right, because we've had over. You're right, because we've had another 90 new stakes. That's between after. I think when I calculated it, it was like late last night. So you're right. I'm just looking at price because I'm trying to get myself some cheap Icosa.
No financial advice, but yeah, maybe swap some hex if you don't have any dry powder. So yeah, it's around 1,600 for shark position right now. It'd be nice to know how many whales, how many sharks.
You said 15,000 is a whale position.
Yeah, 15,000 and around 1,600 for a shark. I remember when it used to be like maybe 8,000 for a whale position. But yeah, we had some pretty pretty sizable inflation.
A whale's 50 million points, right?
A whale is the size of your stake relative to the supply, so it's it's kind of unrelated to points. So it's just calculated based on the size of the stake when you create it, relative to the total supply.
Yeah, that would mean that you have 1% of the pool for to be a whale.
Well, it would mean you have 1% of the whole supply of the token, not the pool.
Well, I think in the Icosa, since the since the Icosa is burned, I think there's something different between the Hedron pool and the Icosa pool.
Yeah, so with the Icosa pool, it's kind of easier to become a whale because the supply is such that it's like the supply is circulating. It's not including staked supply because that's burned. So, you know, it's kind of it's the case that like most people are either shark or whale because of the fact that they have such like their stake size relative to the supply always equals either 1% or 0.1% of the supply, and it's pretty easy to hit that. Whereas with Hedron, it's not the case. So, whether you had 1% of the pool or 100 times less than that, you could still in theory be a whale, because also a whale is calculated for your minimum when you either start the stake or add to a stake. So the pool size is dynamic. The pool can change minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day, whereas your minimum and kind of your position in the staker league, although it could technically change over time, it's not recorded on chain until you either start a stake or add to a stake. So you could even be, you could be like a really small guy in the pool, but still be a whale technically, because if you were a whale when you locked in, you haven't added to your stake for 10 years. 10 years later, you're now a tiny little guy in the pool, but you've still got a whale-sized minimum that was 360 days. You've just exceeded that, so it's just the amount
That's
of
freaking
tokens you
amazing.
stake. Yeah, like the amount of tokens you stake relative to the total supply at the time that you stake or add capital to a stake determines your kind of your place in the bonding curve, or your rank of staker league.
That's crazy. So so basically you can lock in a whale yield or a shark yield right now and still receive that same yield even as your percentage in the pool gets diluted. That won't affect
Well, no,
your
like you'd still get less yield in the pool, right? But you'd still be locked in for 360 days. But what you could do is, hypothetically, you stake today and you're a whale. In 2 weeks, some big, huge guy mints a bunch of Icosa, right? Goes to the HSI buyback. He's got a bunch of Icosa. In between him minting his Icosa and staking his Icosa, if you were to add one Icosa to your stake and
right,
doing that
reset.
meant,
You can reset
yeah,
your
yeah,
stake
and you could,
length
for example,
to a
have a
shorter
30-day
period.
minimum. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But obviously the yield is separate from this calculation. The yield is just like, essentially your points divided by total points, because that's just your proportion of the pool. So that's obviously decoupled from that. But so yeah, it's pretty hard to not be a whale or a shark in Icosa because of the lack of supply that's liquid, lack of circulating supply. So, that's pretty much the long and short of it.
I have breaking news, if I could interrupt for a moment.
breaking news. The Wolverine is out. He's out of crypto. I don't know. Maybe just Twitter. I linked it down in the chat. If I was a full Doge or full Bitcoin holder, I might have questions. But I just wanted to announce that.
What do you mean out? He said, oh, he okay.
You get a letter?
It just says
Definitely
sorry. It just says, I bid you all farewell. Much love and respect for my crypto family. It has been a wild ride. Recipe for success. Hex, Hedron, Pulse, PulseX, Pulse Doge, ASIC, and PLS. I think it's Pulse Bitcoin.
That's pretty funny you calling it club though.
Dumped his Pulse Doge yet?
Yeah, Pulse Doge.
If he dumped it, but maybe he's just saying that for his public persona because he's like scared of the SEC, or who knows, maybe he got a letter.
Yeah, but maybe he's scared what will happen to him when he dumps his Pulse Doge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not making any speculations. I just wanted to share it in case anybody's in those assets. They might, have ideas of what they want to do.
You bring up a good point, Jawa, which is just like, Hex users unaffected, like through all of this crap. Like, I listened to Richard and I positioned myself in a good way after I kind of realized that he was right all along, which was a while ago. And, I've had like multiple people in my life who got into crypto and they thought they knew better, and they weren't holding their own keys, even though I was urging them to do such, and they lost out big with like the Gemini thing. Excuse me, with the Voyager, with Voyager, and now Gemini. Potentially, it doesn't look like Gemini is going to be as bad, but who knows? It might.
Did you all see the thing about Tether? Like the announcements with that?
Oh, what's that, Christy?
Fill us
I
in,
guess.
Christy.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just saying fill us in, Christy, because I'm curious. Fill us in.
Well, MEXC, and I guess is suspending. I think they were suspending the transactions for Tether with the Solana. And Richard mentioned this a couple days ago. And I remember it because I had some stuff on MEXC and I was like, damn it, I was about to sell it anyways. And I sold it and then it went up a little bit. Nothing happened. And I was like, damn it, Richard, I could have made a couple more $100. And then now I'm thankful. He was right. So, so yeah, there was something with, I think with them and somebody else with Tether and USDC on an exchange freezing.
Thank you, Richard Hart. Once again.
Right.
So much peace in this bear market. It's wonderful.
I think the Icosa Hedron yield sedated us a little bit.
Right. I don't understand how people are saying they're down. Like I came in January, and so yeah, it was higher, but the amount of tokens that I have now are more. So it actually is almost to the point where it's like as much as I invest. Well, it's not as much as I invested, but it's there. Like for Icosa, oh yeah, it's there. It's over what I put in, but I don't get that.
Yeah, that's the great part of yield like this, is that in the pullbacks, it softens the blow.
And like you just said, like if something's half price, you get twice as much coins. If something's like 95% off, you get 20 times more coins. So like it goes 95% off, you buy coins, it goes back to the price it was, you've done it 20x. So it's like it behooves you, it's exponentially more beneficial to buy the dip, essentially. So yeah, like long and short, buy the dip.
I actually think it'll be good for Icosa to fall a little bit for anybody that's selling it, because if it falls and does a correction, I think it'll be good for the health of it overall. Meaning that we won't be in like, how Hex went really high and then now it's correcting. So maybe Icosa corrects now and then is just, its corrections won't be ever again like this.
Trading standpoint, I think that will create upward resistance on the way back up, which probably won't be a big deal for Icosa. But yeah, that's something to keep in mind. Richard's talked about. That's why he doesn't think it's a good idea to launch coins until the bear market's over. So yeah. I only imagine what Hedron and Icosa are going to do when there's no more bear market sentiment and the script has been flipped and we're in full bull mode. It's going to be spectacular. Not financial advice. Be careful what I say. I don't want to get a stupid letter.
I know, right?
See what happened to Hexo. I heard it. What
I mean,
was
the
it?
letters
Someone
were
was
pretty.
saying that.
The letters are pretty random. I think it was just whoever is addressed they get. I mean, they gave one to Hexo's wife, for God's sake. It's complete fishing expedition. So I know what I'm going to do if I get a letter, and that's just
from the beginning. Nothing's going to come of it. They're basically they're just doing their due diligence because they're Oompa Loompas and they have to, prove that they looked into it. But it's not going to go any further than that. That's my opinion. And yeah, in a sense, I think it's going to create a lot of bullishness, because then it could be taken that, hey, in a way, that's almost a proof that all this RH genius built products are not securities.
And as well, like, you know, not versed in any of this and I have no opinion either way, but just in general, like someone says something to you, then you go investigate, like, hey, do these people work for that company, or are they just streamers? You know, do they just like to stream? And so there's, in certain aspects, like you'd expect them to react like that, right? So it's just, you know, once they realize it's not the case that they don't work for any company, or that it isn't a company, it's just a thing on the blockchain. It is DeFi, right? Or whatever. Yeah, like, again, no opinion. I don't really understand that stuff in the States, but yeah, like,
Into a positive. That's what
yeah,
happens with net positive for Richard Hart and Hex.
Yeah, I think it's actually great. It's going to flush it all out, all the bad actors. Like, this is what should have happened in 2008 to TradFi, but they just kept going and going and going, building up their Ponzi more and more and more. And so in the longer term, this is awesome. I mean, it's tons of volume on DEXs now. I think Uniswap might even be the largest exchange in the world or something. Someone was saying, high volume. Hey, does anyone know like the technology behind the secret chats here on Telegram, how they're different from normal chatting? I guess not. Hey, it's kind of like, okay, so if you're making secret chats now, so what does that make all of the other chats that you've been doing? Does that mean they weren't secret?
Yeah, I have no idea how that works.
yeah. So it's basically like, I don't understand like under the hood, but in general, it's just like end-to-end encryption. So I send a message to John, it's encrypted at my end, travels to John encrypted, and then it gets decrypted when John receives it, and vice versa. And also, like, it's always been the case that all voice calls, so if you phone somebody directly on Telegram, that's also encrypted end to end. But yeah, under the hood, like how end-to-end encryption works on a technical level, I don't know, but that's the gist of it.
I mean, I would have assumed that they did have end-to-end encryption already on Telegram, but I guess not.
I think they do. I think what he's saying is that you have to select it. That like, the default is for it to not be selected as far as private messaging.
Because if you imagine as well in a public chat, it's like that data has to be stored somewhere, right, for everybody to see it. But I guess with the end-to-end encryption, I have a copy saved on one device that I start the conversation on the secret chat, and you have a copy of the chat that you started, on one device each. We have a copy of that chat. Hence why you can't use the same secret chat on two devices, because the other device wouldn't be able to pull the data from that chat from anywhere. So yeah, it's like stored locally, I guess. And nobody in the middle of the transmission has a copy of that.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that nothing is private nowadays, but it's nice to make it harder for them. Like,
well, there is ways to be completely private. Like, okay, first of all, like, don't use your cell phone for this kind of stuff, for Telegram. But like, you can get a computer and not put not have your email associated with it, and then you can always run a VPN. There is ways to quote delete yourself from the data harvesting that's occurring on all of us, unbeknownst to pretty much everyone. But the nice thing is you know, you can work for it and you can create total privacy. It takes a lot of effort, but it's definitely doable.
Yeah, I really want to delete my whole Facebook thing, but it's kind of like I've got so many people from my past who that's probably the only way they could probably contact me. I'm just wondering how I would go about. Maybe I don't know. Does anyone have any suggestions? Like I could delete all the data from it and then just have a message up saying, you know, contact me via Telegram or something like that, or
I think it's kind of like, you know, you let the cat out of the bag as long as, you know, from here on out, you know, don't need to make any more posts. I think that's one way of doing it. But I'm trying to find this book I have. I haven't read it yet, obviously, because I don't remember the name, but it's I think it's called How to Delete Yourself. And it's basically a way to regain your privacy. And they talk about all different aspects of what that entails, from social media to, you know, running a VPN on your router as opposed to your PC. And then, you know, PO boxes, and especially for high net worth individuals, it's good to remain private because then you're less of a target.
yeah, I want to lock up shop now, for sure. I mean, I haven't posted on Facebook for like years now, but I mean, it's still the only way that there are some people who can.
We all should have a right to financial privacy.
I mean, the thing is, going forward though, as well, it's going to, like, we're going to probably have the tools to be able to do it. It's just going to be about who has the knowledge to use the tools, just like, you know, who has the knowledge to use these blockchain tools.
I in regards to that, I think that you know, DeFi and centralized crypto are going to exist at the same time. And I think that's what's going to come out of this is the people that need their hands held, there's going to be regulation on all these middlemen. But as we know, they can't shut off DeFi. And I think both are going to exist. And I think both can exist. It doesn't have to be one or the other necessarily right now. And kind of both can play out for a while and coexist maybe for a couple bull runs until finally DeFi wins. And centralized parties are basically pushed out of crypto simply from the masses being educated.
Yeah, I just can't wait for the time when we can actually just like not have to go back through fiat to buy stuff in the real world. Like, to an extent, you can already do cards, pay for stuff, but you know, I've been traveling through South America, like Colombia and Mexico and stuff, and you go to these small little towns on, you know, in the middle of nowhere, and you can still pay for your stuff with a card. Like they have this little calculator looking thing that and then they've got an app on their phone, and they stick your card into that, and you know, bang, you paid the card. And it's like, if they can learn that, they can learn how to you know, get payments from crypto. And I think, like, I mean, it's real long term, but like at some point the value is just going to be like so much in crypto that all of these kind of like, you know, retail people who want to, you know, like, you know, the people buy stuff from, they'll be like, I don't know how it will happen, but it's got to happen eventually where we can just be able to pay for stuff without having to go back through fiat.
Are you also implying that you don't want to pay taxes on your gains?
Of course, I don't want to pay taxes. I think anyone who doesn't want to pay taxes is an idiot. What I've done is like gone fully into understanding the legal system that they put on us, and then work out how I get out of their jurisdiction. But that
Ways
takes
to,
say that again, Rich Wealth?
I was gonna say there's ways to you know, how should I say, organize your finances to where you pay the least amount of taxes. And there are ways with trusts to play the game that the 1%, it's more like the 0.01% are playing. And basically, like Klaus Schwab said, you know, you will own nothing and be happy. That's actually, it's like a double meaning there, because they're coming after everyone's wealth, and so you can hold wealth, or I should say you can control wealth in and out of trusts where you don't own the value, but you are 100% in control of it.
Absolutely. Trust, it's all about trusts and understanding trusts and how to use them, and understanding jurisdiction as well. And you know, it takes a lot of learning, and you can't get around that. Like you can't just follow somebody else's instructions. You have to understand it yourself so that you can react to any situation that arises. Like, you know, getting sent a letter from the SEC.
Basically just understanding the game that's being played, and playing by their rules. It's just finding the truth with their rules. You know, no one's going to really spell it out for you, and the people that are, I mean, I suppose people can, but it's pretty rare, and every situation's different. But there's definitely a lot of variations that you can take with trust and have it meet 100% your needs. I have a couple simple solutions that I've figured out, and but it's something that you don't want to go in light and do without understanding all of it, because yeah, then you can incriminate yourself by unknowingly, by acknowledging you know, some sort of question even, or letter, and just through acknowledging the letter, then you basically are agreeing to their how should I say it? They kind of trick you.
Is the word. You're absolutely right. Yeah. There's traps all over the place. It's really subtle. Like, I mean, a lot of the traps are just in grammar as well. Like, you've really got to know grammar and legal language. But you know what? At the base of it, because I came from Australia but then decided to move to America, I've had to study both systems, and at the base level, they're exactly the same. Well, not exactly the same, but they're pretty much the same. Like,
It's a good
basically,
point. Trusts are pretty common in every country, you know.
everything is a trust. Yeah, everything's in trust, basically. Like, that they use trusts, and so the solution is to learn what they're actually doing, and then you can use that same method.
Big Bible thumper, but like it says in the Bible, you know, we only suffer because of a lack of knowledge. So literally we can, you know, like we've done here in the Hedron Icosa system, we've learned how to get out of the system by participating in a system that's fair. And it took a lot of research, right? And so I think you know, we really have to look for the truth, and it's out there, and you can find it, and it can totally change your life. And you know, a lot of people live wonderful, harmonious lives that are completely fulfilled, and there's ways to get out of the way of danger simply through knowing certain things. So and being protected in that sense.
Yeah, totally.
Somebody say grandma.
It's all about the grammar jar.
Grandma or grammar?
Grammar, I think he said.
Oh, I think he
Maybe
said grandma,
grimoire.
but that was
Maybe
because your grammar was wrong.
grimoire.
Oh, le grimoire, oui, oui.
What's grimoire?
Grimoire is like an old
Of
book,
exalted deeds.
an old dusty book.
You guys, but my grandma constantly checked me on my grammar.
Yeah, my mother was like a total grammar Nazi.
Nomad or Bluey, have you spoken to Alex yet today?
No, I mean, I never really speak to Alex.
Got to get him in a voice chat, man. Like what I heard him talking about yesterday, it's got me excited.
Listen, what was that?
Oh, I can't divulge. Can't divulge.
Yeah, I think he presented the idea to Richard Hart the other day on the Twitter Spaces as well, briefly.
What idea?
Just a way you could do a fiat on ramp. That's one of the things he just used, just speaking to Richard, you know, just kind of just loosely, you know, hey, what do you think about, you know, because I don't know if you guys have been tuning into the Twitter Spaces on that note, but like they've been pretty good lately because when Richard's in there, it's like the old Richard, right? Like the Richard we all fell in love with in 2016, 2017. And there's been like, you know, hour, 2 hours of these Twitter Spaces that Mario guy does where Richard's in there. And, you know, they're talking about centralized exchanges and the whole FTX malarkey. And there's been some points where, you know, the whole room, like everybody that's answering questions, it's kind of being answered by Richard, but it's a very good back and forth. And a lot of people have got good counterpoints, and, you know, everybody kind of, they're really good spaces if you guys are interested in kind of going back on those. Mario had them all recorded, I believe. So if you go to his Twitter, or as you see, he might actually have them on his YouTube. I think you can kind of scan through them and get to the Richard Hart parts.
If you follow Alex's Twitter, that's where he's like, you can see him talking about that on off ramping stuff.
Yeah, I listened to both those Twitter Spaces twice now, just to make sure I'm not missing anything. And man, Richard's really killing it in there, and I hope he keeps going in there because he's definitely getting through to people finally.
Yeah, this is definitely a crucial time to put in the weight.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising we haven't seen a little hex pump from it. I was thinking, God, he's getting that many like followers, and you look at the number of actual people who hold or stake hex, and it's like you would think that they would convert into some price pumpage.
It's probably all us Icosa people knocking the price back down, Bluey.
Why? How would that work? You reckon that? Yeah, what they're selling hex for Icosa?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if the ratio's there and it makes sense, yeah, why not?
Maybe. I don't think we have much of a dent on. I don't know. Has anyone been following the kind of volumes? If there's been an uptick in hex volume or anything?
No.
No, but hey, did you follow whether DO1 actually started changing a wallet over? And is that true that he sold some hex and didn't mint his Hedron?
No, I don't. I don't really pay much attention to any of the whale games in hex.
I'll throw the wallet up in the chat.
Oh, it looks like he's buying.
Are you here, Hexmole?
Hey, yeah, I'm here. Hey, Blue, did you hear the earlier conversation with me and Maxim about the Icosa long-term kind of demand?
No, I didn't. I've just been in the last 10 minutes.
Okay, well, we kind of was thinking about the long-term kind of sustainability of why people would want Icosa and why it would stay near the ceiling price, if we're calling it the ceiling price. And that people seem to have like a lot of expectation that they'll be able to liquidate HSIs in the future to get liquidity and money to do what they want with here and now. And but who would want to really be the exit liquidity for those people doing that, and what the incentive is long term down the road to be buying Icosa, and that maybe that the that Icosa now is right at the ceiling, and Hedron is not near the arb point. Like it's quite a way away, like 16, 20 something X. I don't know, I haven't looked at it.
Yeah.
But in the future, should it not be the other way around?
Probably, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I've always said that I think the value long term is flow to Hedron and X, because as soon as Hedron gets burned, it's like press on the balloon and it's out as Icosa. So, I purposely didn't like take too big a position in Icosa, although I did top it up with some HSIs because of these fantastic yields. But after this year ends, and all of us people have our positions, like the thing that we haven't factored in though is, a whole lot of people coming into the space. Like really, we could kind of go, well, you get this so much yield here, and you get this much yield here, blah 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 blah. But really, the effect on the price comes down to new people coming in and creating demand, basically. So, look, it's going to take it does take a while to work out this Hedron Icosa system. Like if you're coming into new and you're just going, what the hell is Hex? Like,
I know.
Hedron Icosa is like getting a master's or something to understand it. So, look, it's an incentive token, Icosa, and
that's what I think.
And he put a nice big incentive. He put a nice big incentive on it to fuel these auctions and stuff, And there's, I mean, are we still at like 90% of Icosa is basically staked? And so, yeah, that sounds like really high. I mean, the thing is that when you do start turning into more of a whale, you kind of have a different motivations, or your motivations change. Like if you're smart about it, because it's not about just trying to get the biggest amount of USDC at some point. It's about you want to also provide health to the system, so you want to probably be a liquidity provider, and you want to balance your positions rather than have everything in one position.
I guess we've had some wishful thinking over the course of like figuring out the Icosa. I remember Sloth kind of saying that at one point maybe Icosa could absorb like all hex sell pressure. Well, maybe not all, but a lot of it. And I don't know where the like liquidity would come from for that to be a thing. And do we just have to look at Icosa like any kind of like a Dogecoin or any kind of like just speculation coin? Or like you said, the incentive token for Pulse X.
I mean, there's always going to be that kind of segment of a coin, I guess, of the demand of a coin, which is pure speculation and just completely meme. And who knows how, people make that decision, whether something is, worth buying or not. And so but obviously, Icosa has some pretty interesting tokenomics. Like I'm imagining, like the reason when I first got into Hex, its biggest value proposition for me was I was imagining someone coming into Hex in 5 years' time, and it had already run up and it was becoming one of the most popular things. And I was looking at it and I was thinking, there's still a value proposition there, even if you're coming into it 5-10 years down the track, because you can basically get your whatever value you have, turn it into Hex, stake it long term, and you earn yield and allow the market to play itself out while everyone is trading. You're just collecting yield, and while people are emergency dumping when the price goes up because they want to cash out back into fiat, And so Hex to me has a real long-term sort of viability because of that value proposition for people coming into it later on. Hedron, just play, you don't need to buy Hedron necessarily. Like, just play it simply. Just wait your time, and you get it for free. And so I definitely think that Hedron takes sell pressure off of Hex. Although it's complicated because all of these liquidity pools are sort of together, hey?
Yeah.
I mean,
I would say
Icosa,
Hedron always has a long-term viability because it's always redeemable for 555 HSI, certain amount of T-shares. You can always, I mean, there will be someone who's liquidated at some point. There will be a HSI on the market, and you will be able to trade Hedron for the Hex that has long-term viability. I guess, what do you see the long-term viability of Icosa? 5-10 years, the value proposition, once the kind of yield dries up and things, is it?
well, yeah, it's like, I mean, Icosa is obviously integral for this system, and I think the greatest kind of bullishness I could say about it would be that we have the source address, which obviously knows exactly what they're doing and is ready to act and has many levers to keep the health of the system going. So in that sense, it's kind of like the source address can keep just like tuning the system, like running it like an engine, putting a bit of oil in here, like putting a bit more petrol in, or taking a bit of petrol, or not putting enough petrol. I mean, it can really like tinker with it. And so because of that, like, that's why I'm really kind of bullish on the whole system. But in terms
given a
of like,
bailout where it's needed.
well, it's not really a bail. I mean, it's not. That's the thing. It's not really a bailout, because a bailout is just
No. I'm talking specifically about Poly. That was absolutely a bailout, man.
No, it wasn't a bailout. It wasn't a bailout, right? Like I mean, you look, a bailout when they just print money out of nothing and add that into the system, so that all they're doing is inflating the whole system. But what he did was, or the SA did, was completely different. They tuned the system. They tuned the system. They saw whether there could be value detraction from the Hedron Icosa system, and they acted in terms of the health of the whole system.
Yeah, I mean, the Hedron and the Poly and the Icosa are all wrapped up in that. Like, it's not like it's lost. It's there. It's just doing a different thing now. Just back to the Icosa, I guess that people will want to LP it, they'll want to earn fees, and they'll want to speculate on it. And I guess that's part of the driving force to keep it having value in the system.
Yeah, and I guess that every time the Icosa price dips, that actually just increases the speculative value, or the potential speculative value.
Yeah. But I guess I'm getting to a point where I'm thinking, why? Like, why would someone want to, just because people can sacrifice HSIs to a contract now, in the future, maybe they're going to hold such a value that no one would want to do that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why people would continue after a certain amount of time to want to sacrifice an HSI to the Icosa contract to get Icosa to do like what with? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. And like there's
real quick and say
like
that
I'll just go into a little bit of my thinking. Like I had a sort of bit like a nice Icosa position from the start, but then, and I wasn't planning on topping it up, but when I saw the yield amounts, I did top it up a little bit, and I had the choice of doing that via buying Icosa off the market or selling or putting some of the HSIs that I'd won in auction back in. And I chose to put them back in because, like, I wasn't getting, you know, the best deal I could, but I saw it as healthier for the system and therefore pumping my bags longer term. You know, and I've done little things like that, like, where I've kind of
which bags do you mean? East Hedron?
all of them as a system. So I'm not kind of going, I'm not going all in on one. I'm
Right,
balanced.
that's true. That's true.
I'm having all three and I'm balancing them.
That is true, because for your Icosa to be worth what it's worth, you would want to do that. Like, that is what keeps the Icosa having value, isn't it? Recycling HSIs to the contract. I guess it's just, is that kind of relying on everyone to do the right thing? Is, if you could say, the right thing, or the?
It's not really the right thing. It's the longer term, smarter thing. And so you can't you shouldn't rely on people doing the longer term, smarter things.
Yeah.
Like, and that's why it's about balancing these your exposure to this stuff, you know, like, and not going all in on one method.
Yeah.
You don't know how human behavior plays out over the long term either. I mean, you can kind of guess, but you know,
Yeah. I'm just thinking. I guess I'm just thinking, like, this is not, the Icosa is like this tiny little thing, and it's holding like a huge weight on its shoulders, with people wanting to use it as like to absorb sell pressure from HSIs that they don't feel like seeing through to the end term, to absorb the sell pressure of the like inflation just that it exists within itself, from the yield pools and everything. And
okay, how about this is a hypothetical?
I'm just shocked that it's holding its ceiling so well even now, and that Hedron is not near the ceiling, because people are getting these in crazy good deals with the Hedron, I think, considering it's not fair value. And yeah, I just thought it would be the other way around. But yeah, go on, sorry.
Okay, how about this is a hypothetical. Let's say tomorrow you wake up and Icosa, someone or a whole lot of people have just gone, I want to get out of this. They've ended their stakes. Everyone's dumped it. The price has gone down by 80%. You're still holding a nice big bag of it along with your other stuff. What is your and you go around, there's no real reason, you can't really work out why the reason that people have dumped. It looks like it was just kind of people panicking, something like that, and they've all dumped it down. What's your reaction to that?
Now I would want to buy. Are you talking like Icosa? I'd want to buy some, of course.
There you go. That's
future though. I don't know. I'm not sure. You know, I don't know that I would want to buy if it's not like producing the yield anymore, and it's taking like sell pressure from people liquidating their HSIs to get out of their HSIs, and people selling their yield. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's what a market is, you know, like people in the future, you know, might sell it down, and it will get to a point where it becomes more tempting for other people to buy it. And you know, like
Right.
the ultimate, that measurement is the price. And you know, that's basically so it's,
And that's what I was thinking, and I was hoping would be the case, is that because Icosa over time gets harder and harder to get, like almost like a Zen or a Hedron, like even though it does inflate, it inflates at a more difficult rate. I was hoping that it would be the speculative kind of side of things that would hold it, like keep it alive, you know, the speculation side of things, and the people who want to hold it and LP with it to earn fees. I think that's going to have to be a big part of it.
The other thing that people aren't really taking into consideration is how you determine your percentage of the Icosa pool. It's not just like putting in Icosa, in terms of how much Icosa you have in the pool. It's worked out based on points.
It's true.
So
You
there's
get diluted as well.
there's a big incentive for people to stay in the pool over time.
Yeah, and add to it so they don't get diluted.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, see, me and Maxim were talking. It was not like almost that we didn't want to kind of question it like this because it seems like FUD, but it's not FUD. It's just, sides of it that I couldn't really work out.
Yeah, I don't think it's FUD. I think any question is perfectly valid.
Yeah.
And we should feel free to talk about anything. Like I've said for the longest time that I think out of the three, I see value accruing to Hedron and Hex rather than Icosa. I don't see me as fudding that. I just see that as me being honest. And see what I think that a lot of people make the mistake of assuming that the people that are listening to them are stupid. And I see that all the time, especially in the Hex community. Everyone assumes that everyone is a wrecked pleb, fucking idiot, dumb cunt, right? And I prefer to assume that everyone is just as smart or smarter than me. And
yeah.
And if you are listening, because I know that when I'm listening to somebody, and if I don't understand something they're saying, that inspires me to go and research it and to find out for myself.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much what happened to me over the last year. Is I was listening to people speak about things I had no grasp of, and it forced me to raise my level to understand what was going on. And yeah, I think if people worry about things as being too complicated, I don't think that's an issue at all. I don't think that's a concern.
Yeah, it's only a concern for that speculative layer. Or it's only relevant to that speculative layer of the people who are just betting on memes.
Yeah, but even then, even the GameStop people, you think about it, there's people who never knew how to buy a stock, but they saw these people making this money, and they thought, well, they rose to the occasion. They're like, well, I'll learn how to download Robinhood or something like that, and they made it happen. And people do make it happen, like you said. So I agree.
And also just think back to when you first entered finance or you first entered this crypto space, I know for myself, it's like, what was my point going to be? I can't remember now. Sorry, I just lost my point.
That's all right. I was going to say that as well, that I wish Graphics was here, or Sloth, someone who had the opposite kind of opinion of us, of Icosa being the weakest. They were saying they think long term it could be the strongest. And I'm so confused by that. I wish I could hear that side of the argument from someone right now. If anyone has it, please.
Well, I gave it earlier. I don't know if you're here. I spoke for 20 minutes on it, and it's not so much like my opinion that it's the case, but it's just like an if and then thing, right? Like if demand over time for Icosa, for staking Icosa specifically, was exponentially increasing, then for as long as the price is way below the arbitrage point, it just makes sense to satisfy that demand on Uniswap. Then the price goes up. And then for as long as it's near or over the arbitrage point, it makes sense to satisfy that demand through the HSI buyback. And then from satisfying it through the HSI buyback, creates yield, which in turn could then increase demand 90 days on, because as the yield comes out, other people see, hey, they got yield. I want to get involved. And then they either get involved through Uniswap or through the HSI buyback. Then this kind of self-perpetuating system, in theory, would continue. But this obviously relies on there being continual demand in this hypothetical, right? So it's not so much my opinion that it will happen. It's just like that's a scenario where the design intention is this positive feedback loop would occur, but obviously that relies on demand. If nobody uses the system, this thing doesn't exist. Obviously, with Hedron, you have this scenario where it comes out and it's all this supply. And that's the exact opposite with Icosa. And that's why I think you see the disparity with, you know, Icosa getting so close to the arbitrage point in the very first sale of those ever made. It just instantly mooned to that value. And then with Hedron, it's like the polar opposite, where you have all the supply, people retroactively minting from their stakes. And then, you know, as we do a 2x, a 5x, a 10x, actually to the 13x all high from launch, people then started to dump. We found a bottom and then we had another run up. So, you know, it's just playing that over a longer period of time with Hedron, I think. Then over time, like as you said, the exponentially decreasing mintability of Hedron means that in future it's kind of going to look like Icosa will now, in theory, right? So it's just kind of maybe the inverse of the scenario. But like me personally, my opinion is like Hex is king, like T-share is a king, Hedron's a proxy to the T-share, like Hedron is a proxy to that king, is what I always say. And then
the
Icosa
T-shirt
is
redeemable for one for T-shirts, which is great. That's what I mean. Hedron always has a future, I'd say. Even without Icosa, at some point it would have a.
Agreed. And that statement there, like I wholeheartedly believe personally that these things would have played out with Hedron anyway, but it would just it would have taken longer. And people forget that we're in the global bear market, and they're like, Hedron would never have gone up in price. Like, come on, guys!
You should
Like,
have seen
nothing's up
me
in price.
before Icosa. I was so happy. I was like rubbing my hands together because like I was like a broke person. I was like a wreck bleb, and I was thinking, oh, see, this is my chance because no one's gonna. I can accumulate Hedron for 5 years while no one's watching, and then eventually one day it'll be redeemable for. But then Icosa came out and it exploded in price, and I was like, oh my god! I only had a few months to like accumulate, but I mean it's fine. But it's just funny how things play out. I think one other thing, the last thing me and Maxim thought about was that one of the big incentives for the Icosa pool is that obviously you get Icosa in yield, but you also get Hedron in yield, and the Hedron yield is, I mean, it's not much at all. And I guess you could just say, well, for now it's not much, you know, because Hedron is away from the ARB price, it's undervalued, and in the future, maybe this like trickle stream of Hedron that you get, it will be a good value proposition in the future. I don't know.
Remember that the SA has the ability through the inject liquidity function, like which is what it's just done, to inject Hedron into the Icosa pool for yield.
I'm talking about.
Sorry, can you say that again, Blue?
Yeah, I made a little mistake on maybe our last stream in that I thought the inject liquidity function was burning Hedron, but I was corrected by Nomad. It's not. What the inject liquidity function does is it gives out Hedron to people. It basically like distributes, and they can also determine how many days they want that to happen for. So when the SA or anybody runs the inject liquidity, what they're doing is taking their Hedron and distributing it to the Icosa pool over a period of time. And so that's people getting Hedron.
What is the other way that Hedron enters the Icosa staking pool?
Through the borrows, like when people sell the HSI to the contract, the Icosa contract borrows all of the Hedron that stake can mint, and it gives that to the to the Icosa.
So, because I've never done this, I've just been staked with my Hedron and my Icosa and stuff. When you buy a HSI, can that no longer mint Hedron? Or advance Hedron? Like the new owner of that? Because the contract's already...
The auction, the borrow has been paid off. The way that it goes into auction is the borrow being paid off, and so it basically
with Hedron.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think one of the interesting dynamics that just continues to come up in my mind has to do with the Hedron bonuses and basically the speed at which Hedron is inflating. One thought I'm thinking through right now is just the reality that the Icosa staking pool, specifically one of the benefits for having Icosa is being able to stake your Icosa in that staking pool and get Hedron for it. But the way the Hedron works, going to that pool it's the amount that can be borrowed from the HSIs that go through the HSI buyback. The borrowable amount doesn't take into account the Hedron bonus. And I think that's a reason why right now the yield in Hedron in the Icosa staking pool looks small. It's because even though all these HSIs and some of them are Hedron 10x bonus HSIs are going through, that's not really represented by the Icosa staking pool. I think the yield is going to look more meaningful over time in Hedron as those Hedron bonus multiples finally start to end. It's just the Icosa staking pool isn't really representing the actual inflation rate of Hedron, and so it's looking like we're not getting that much Hedron in there. I'm curious if that makes sense, and if you guys have comments.
Well, the way I see it is that the SA, because it's it's got a ton of Hedron, it's able to, like, if let's say in the future sometime there's hardly any yield in the Icosa pool, it's getting down to like 10% per annum or 5% per annum. The SA can basically inject Hedron into that pool as staking yield, as staking rewards. So it can control what the attractive percentage would be.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I didn't understand that myself. I'm curious where I could read about that. Because I do think that now would be the time to do that. Now would be the time to add Hedron to the yield in the Icosa staking pool, because now is the time that Hedron is inflating. And I feel like Icosa itself isn't really taking those bonuses into account in that staking pool at a time. You can basically get Hedron other places a lot faster.
Well, it injected that liquidity at the start, 90 whatever days ago, and then just recently it topped it up again after the bonuses thing didn't work out. So it's a tool that I can see the SA using into the future.
Yeah, I don't know how that works, because we are, I believe, getting Icosa yield in the pools from what the SA did, I believe. I don't know how that function can add Hedron and Icosa yield. Seems like it would have to be one or the other.
No, it's a different function. If it burns Hedron, then that comes out as Icosa. But what it's done is the inject liquidity function. It's got nothing to do with Icosa. It just basically takes an amount of Hedron and then distributes over however many days that it wants to determine. So it could just go, okay, for this month, I'm going to put in this much Hedron, or for this year, I'm going to put in this much Hedron. And that means people directly getting Hedron from the Icosa pool.
Yeah,
So
and it's
the
also Icosa, so it's both of them. So let's say hypothetically, as an easy example, you injected 100 Hedron for 100 days. Each day for 100 days, the Icosa pool would get 1 Hedron. And then also on top of that, it takes 100 Hedron amount divided by the share rate, and then gives that amount in Icosa. Like it gives 1/100th of that amount in Icosa per day per pool. So by injecting Hedron, you give both Hedron to the Icosa pool plus Icosa to all 3 pools proportionally, as if it were burned. So it's both Hedron and Icosa yield being given from injecting Hedron into the protocol.
yeah, I just I'm taking your guys' word for it. Yeah, I would
Yeah, I
like to
mean,
see
yeah,
someone look at the code, or maybe I should do it myself and see how that works. I didn't. That was not how I heard some people explaining it.
yeah, like there's a lot of things that are misconceived, like, just because of, I don't know, secondhand information or whatever, but that's definitely how it works. Like I know the protocol in and out, every nook and cranny. And like when we first had that injected liquidity, that was just like in the constructor of the contract. So when the protocol launched, it was kind of saying, hey, in the past, this much Hedron's being burned. So we're going to act as if that was burned day one. And then that's only Icosa yield. The first time we've actually had an inject liquidity, the actual function being run is the day before the auction started, where now there's both Hedron going to the Icosa pool plus Icosa going to all 3 pools proportionally. And this is why the daily payout of Icosa is now a minimum of 50,000 per day. Plus you have a little bit more Hedron for each pool, because that's kind of a guaranteed amount for that 360 days as well. So it's around 2 billion Hedron per day per pool for 360 days, plus 750 billion divided by the hex share rate divided by 360 per pool in Icosa.
Crazy. That's really interesting. It can give both the Icosa yield and the Hedron yield. That's really interesting.
Yeah, that was possibly my mistake, Maxim, because I think on a couple of live streams, the way I thought it worked was not correct.
Yeah,
But
well,
yeah, no,
I didn't.
and no harm done as well, because like we never had it either, so it was maybe less of a hot topic, right? And now it's a hot topic. Now it's just brought up more. But yeah, no harm done, I don't think.
Just to be clear, that's the 750 billion Hedron that was 365 or 360 days.
It was actually 360 days, and yeah, that's correct. And it can determine how many days it wants to distribute that over.
Hey guys, I don't know if you can hear me too well. Just curious, is there something going on? Why is price dipping so bad right now? Is there anything going on that you know?
There's no obvious reason. Obvious, yeah, but maybe because the yields are being paid so much and people think. I mean, it's hard to really determine what motivations people have for buying or selling.
And one positive is the cheaper Hedron is, the more it gets burnt.
True. Yeah, no, just concerned about some sort of maybe just something like a bug or. But no, cool.
And like Maxim, you could, for example, inject liquidity should you so choose, right? Providing you have that amount of Hedron, you could specify 600 Hedron for 7 days, or 10 Hedron for 1,000,000 days. Like, it's any amount of Hedron for any length of days. So anyone can do that. Godwell could do it, right? Like you or I could do it. It's like, it's not exposed in the UI, but you could go to Etherscan and run that function, just like you could proof of benevolence by burning Hedron.
Got it. Yeah, I did understand that part. I didn't understand that it was kind of added to both pools. That's actually pretty cool that function exists for the reason that I'm saying. Just the Hedron bonuses are a real thing, and there's a way to short term. I don't think this is necessarily going to be needed long term, but at least in the short term, incentivize Icosa, not with Icosa. To me, that's kind of circular, but with Hedron as well. That's really interesting.
I agree
Yeah,
with that.
it goes
I
back
think
to
the
that. Sorry.
Hedron is a better incentive than Icosa, especially now with the no minimum kind of lockup period. I mean, there's a minimum, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, it
I
goes
mean,
back
it
to your
really,
point earlier, Hexamore, when you said, like we incentivize there's more demand in the future. And I think that was the idea of the retroactive burning. Like in the start, we said, hey, 3 point whatever trillions already been burned. Let's kind of act as if that was burned. The protocol had been launched, and proportionally give that over the first 360 days of the protocol. And that was just to ensure there was some kind of yield. Because if everybody's staking and not getting yield, then there's no demand for other people to want to stake. So it's, I guess, the idea that after a year, there would be enough adoption of the protocol to then it kind of stands on its own 2 feet and can go forward without that injected liquidity. But at the worst case scenario, it not do that, and should it not stand on its 2 feet, that option's there as like a fallback if somebody wanted to use it, right?
Totally. I got another question, just to make sure. The holders of Hedron right now, if I look on Etherscan, the biggest holder, 49 trillion, is the SA, I believe. And then is the next biggest, is that the Hedron staking pool? Do you know who number 2 is? Or which one? I'm curious which one is the Hedron staking pool, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I believe it is. It's the Icosa contract address. So if just a second, let me get the address. Contract. So does it end in 69 ED?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's the Icosa contract. So yeah,
Perfect. That's awesome.
And that would also include a little bit of borrowed Hedron as well, because obviously when the contract borrows, but that's minimal, like that's negligible compared to the amount that's staked.
Got it. Good. I was trying to calculate numbers. I just wasn't 100% sure. That's great. Thanks.
Yeah, and if you could have something, I've always wanted to just look like, at kind of a list with names next to them, like, OA daughter 1, OA daughter 2, for example, and have maybe a top 10 list with names next to them, or the names that we know of, for example. That would be awesome.
So basically, locked supply right now, meaning staked, and the SA is 76 trillion. So the rest is basically liquid, I believe.
Yeah, and I guess we could say the poly guys are locked for 15 years, so that's another 1.7 trillion. So if we can,
That's a good point.
I think that ends with DAT. If you want to find that one, put that into your stats.
And which one is the OA?
801.
801.
And does the OA not have a couple of addresses, or was it just multiple stakes within one address from that daughter? I forget which one has been sold out.
That would be good to know.
So which position is the OA in at the moment?
It's the biggest holder.
So the is that position 4, 3, or 5?
For Hedron?
I'm looking at the Hedron holders, and we can see that number 1 is the SA, number 2 is the Icosa contract, number 3, which is OXC4E. Do we know what that one is? I'm looking at them now, and yeah, it looks like that just minted 255 days ago, so that's probably the OA, huh?
Yeah, I see now. And then 4, we have the FA, and then there it is. So Poly is number 7. EFDAD.
Oh yeah, 99. Yeah.
Okay, so who's number 3? Who's the 3.5 billion? Or 3.5 trillion? The 419D.
I've just always known in my head it's either the OA or the SA daughter. That's what I've just assumed.
So you've got the SA, you've got the OA has about 10 or 12% of that supply across those big ones. Then you've got the Hedron deployer contract that holds a percent, and so it's only about 71%. They control about 71% of supply.
So is the contracts basically are from place 1 to 6? Or do they have more addresses too? The OA and the SA, and because like we said, 7, I believe, is Poly. Everyone bigger than 7 is not an actual holder. They're related to the contract, I guess.
I've got the I've got a spreadsheet of the OA audit. I'm going to post that into chat. I'm not sure. I can't vouch for how accurate it is or how up to date it is, but it'll show you the addresses.
Oh, that was helpful, Nomad. Those links there.
Hey, where are you guys looking for the top holders? Are you on Etherscan?
Yeah, you go to the you type in Hedron, and then you click the wallet, and then you click holders.
Great, I'll check it out. Thank you.
You on the chat.
Sorry about that. Where is the wallet? I'm on there, but I didn't see it.
I'll type a link into the chat. Hang on. Oh, Maxim did as well.
Got it. Thank you.
What?
Hey, Malcolm, I really appreciate your content. Really good stuff.
What is the reason for all the daughter addresses? Is there a known reason?
There isn't a known reason, and it's kind of interesting how it's set it up. Like it did 12 daughter addresses, I think, which you might kind of think is representing each month or dividing it that way. Ultimately, we don't know any of the motivations behind what the OA does, and we don't know if it's all just controlling those addresses or if it sent some to developers for working on it. There was a time when what people like when Hex was first launched in that first year, and there were whales coming in towards the end of each day to basically buy up the Hex so that people couldn't arb the price down. A lot of people assumed that those addresses that weren't connected to the OA directly were the OA, because the behavior was that they would buy Hex and just hold it, not do anything with it. I personally think it could also be other whales, because there are certain whales who have agreements where they don't stake Hex. And the only reason I know that is from talking to Rackham in the early days and in the Hex chats. And he was saying, yeah.
I did some simple chain analysis in Hex, and one of the things that I was noticing that helped me decide that certain accounts were OA accounts was the action at the end of the adoption amplifier. A bunch of the whale accounts basically, or the very large Hex accounts, staked for a very short period of time, right about the same time, and that was a kind of a telltale sign to me that they were OA, because they all had a similar behavior that way as well, with staking the way that they did that.
Yeah, that's a fair assumption. I mean, on the big payday, I think it was like 98% was staked from memory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey guys, just for clarification, on this top holder list, this is just liquid, right? This is not staked.
No, it includes staked, because when you stake Hedron, it's not burnt.
That's interesting. So your total amount of staked Hedron, that would then include the accumulated Hedron in your stake as well, right?
No, because that's not minted yet. So all of the Hedron. Oh, hang on.
Because I can't really find my wallet there.
Yeah, so all Hedron that's in the Icosa contract is either staked, yield, or borrowed, but locked up nonetheless. Because like Blue said, you can't get that yield until you end stake. Plus, we could kind of see the borrowed Hedron that's in the Icosa contract as, at some point in the future, that's gonna, at least that amount of borrowed Hedron will be burned, plus a little bit more. Because if you borrow, once that goes to auction, there's a net deflation, even if only the minimum bid is met. So, you could pretty much write that amount off, assuming they eventually do get liquidated, which is a safe assumption, I guess. But, in theory, it could just sit there and never, ever go to auction. So yeah, like the borrowed Hedron's kind of temporary inflation, which will eventually become a net deflation. Yeah, so Maxim, so far number one, the SA, number 2, the Icosa contract, number 3, the OA daughter address, number 4, the Hedron FA, number 5, another OA daughter address, and I'm just checking number 6 against the OA spreadsheet.
Hey, Nomad, is there a way? I know that we can see the percentage of hex stakes that have launch bonuses. Like we can see the percentage of those that have minted with a launch bonus. But is there a way to see the amount that is sitting there waiting to be minted?
Not that I know of. I remember we had that spreadsheet that showed all the holders. I think that was just literally the holders, though.
Yeah.
But even if someone could just compile a spreadsheet with just the X bonus that has, and the amount of T-shares that it has, and like the basic data of a stake. Plus, yeah, the basic data that a normal hex stake you would expect on a spreadsheet, plus the X bonus, then you could just make the other column, like I could even add that in, you could just have it so it works out exactly how much Hedron is mintable by that address in the future. So we can have like a, I guess, 15-year projection of A, what the supply looks like, and B, where that supply goes if and when it is minted. That'd actually be really good.
I mean, the really great thing about Icosa is it just made it so incentivized people to mint their Hedron. Like you look at the Hedron bot and it's just like tons of people minting because it's better to get the Hedron now and stake it rather than just leave it sit there. But one tactic that I've been holding out for is for that point where the Hedron is much closer to the ceiling so that you can start, leveraging up using those launch bonus ones. Also assuming that it's going to be very, very unlikely that we get to the stage of the AMR triggering.
I'm sorry for interrupting. What was the AMR? It's a new term to me.
Yeah, the AMR stands for the advanced to mint ratio, and it's basically like a little safety valve in the system where if at any point in time there is more borrowed Hedron than minted Hedron in the system, for every 0.1% difference, like if there's 50.1% borrowed Hedron and 49.9% minted Hedron, it triggers for that day the AMR bonus. And what that means, and you get for each 0.1%, you get 0.2 bonus, which is added on top. So at some time in the future, if you have a launch bonus attached to your hex stake and you wait for that AMR bonus to trigger, you'll get, if you mint on that day, you're going to get days served times B shares plus days served times B shares times the launch bonus plus days served times B shares times 0.2. And then if it goes, to, let's say 51%, that would be like a 1x. And if it goes to 52%, it'll be a 2x, bonuses that are stacked on top.
Thanks.
So it's only really going to trigger when there's a ton of borrowing. And so we'd expect that it's going to have to be, at least half or or at least up to the Hedron ceiling price before people start borrowing. Before people start borrowing, because that makes the most sense for people. And if that ever hits, then over time it's maybe a chance of getting over that. And so when it does do that, there's a massive incentive for people to just start minting Hedron, thereby bringing that ratio down or up, depending on how you're looking at it. And it's there because if it's at a point where there's way more borrowed, then that probably sends the price of Hedron like skyrocketing, because there's not enough Hedron that can come onto the market in order for people to pay off their borrows.
Yeah, not a lot of borrowing going on right now, aside from HSIs, the auto process.
I spoke to one Hex Shark who is basically borrowing on their stakes in order to get more stakes through the HSI options. But yeah, it's probably not the most popular tactic yet.
People talking about price dropping. I don't really even feel like this is that big of a drop myself, honestly. I mean, it is dropping.
The Icosa price?
It's up 2.12% for the day, just looking at Nomics.
Yeah, the Icosa price is currently rising again.
Yeah, I think they were talking about the Hedron/Hex price, because they've both been down a little bit today. But I mean, I think that's probably more correlated to the broader market than anything with Icosa or the Hedron contract. I think it's just a normal fluctuation.
It is kind of surprising though. I thought like after Richard's gone on the tirade on Twitter Spaces, and more people would start looking into it and realizing.
Well, I think he got like
Yeah.
20,000 or 10,000 followers the other day. I was on Twitter. They were saying that. So
It's over a week. I think he got 20,000.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I guess.
Well, it does take some time to digest the info. So
that's true.
Yeah, he's got also 3,000 since yesterday.
Maybe people are just following for the entertainment value at this stage.
Yeah, for sure. But as you said, the learning curve takes a bit of time. I mean, most people probably don't want to FOMO at this point with all that bloodbath going on.
Yeah, that's true. The other side of that is no one has any money. If you've just been wrecked by FTX or
Absolutely.
People waiting for a lower price can sometimes be bullish. It means people they might have money on the side ready to buy in, and yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's a bullish sign I found.
That's kind of true at the end of every market or the top of every market. You've got to have people believing it's going to go lower or higher for the market to really reverse.
Yeah, it does seem like whenever the narrative is that we're going to go lower for sure, we're really close to the bottom. When it changes to we're going higher and higher, that's often close to the top. If people think we're going to go lower, then they probably are selling. And if we're not going lower, then maybe they've already sold.
I got a bottom signal from my 85-year-old mother-in-law who texted me the other day and said, I heard crypto is all going bankrupt.
Nice.
So far, I do feel that Richard Hart ecosystem's looking good. Just, people are mentioning that we've dropped 80% since the beginning of the year. But, Hex versus Bitcoin's not looking terrible right now.
Hey, just to clarify this, on the Etherscan page we've been looking at here, I think this is liquid Hedron because my stakes, when I even search my addresses, say, I've got it all staked in this address, and I searched for it, and it shows 0 Hedron for my address, even though when I go, I go to the Icosa.pro app, it's all there and staked appropriately. But
that's because it's Icosa wallet because it's being staked.
Icosa does burn it when you're staked. Hedron doesn't, but it won't show at your address because it goes to a Icosa Hedron address.
We can't look up our own address on this then and see where we stand.
Yeah, you can't when you're staked in Hedron because when you stake it, it gives it to the staking address.
Gotcha, that makes sense.
It gives it to the Icosa contract. So your stake is within that in the Icosa contract.
Would I look it up there?
Well, the easiest way is just to look on the Icosa app.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you can't look it up. I don't think you can look it up. It'll just show up with everyone else's on chain, I believe. In one address. Blue Bum, you should get a headphone set.
Oh, it sounds shit, does it? Sorry. I'm just
No, your microphone's great. It's just the echo. I'm assuming you have speakers playing back sound, which then reverts through your mic.
Oh, okay.
Maxim, do you use an Apollo UAD?
No.
Oh. What do
Why
you
you
use,
ask
Scala?
Yeah, I don't really even. I'm not that fancy. I use software for my just configuring my mic. What you're hearing now is not configured. It's just straight through my mic. It's just a
Oh,
USB mic too.
No way. Well, that sounds. You must just have a great voice naturally. Your cadence sounds awesome.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm definitely a bass. I can get a lot more bassy than this. I got so many comments about my voice that I was gonna post one of my YouTube videos trying to be as bassy as I could just for fun to see what see what happened.
And obviously, you have the proximity effect. Like the closer you go to your mic, the more bassy you'll sound, anyways. So if you get right up
Yeah,
close and personal.
exactly. I think my setup itself is a reason why it sounds better than some other people. I do not have echo. For example, I do not have sound in the background. And then, like you said, I have a directional mic, and then I try to stay within the right distance so it actually, picks up what the mic's able to pick up. The mic's not a fancy mic. I get asked, it seems like every video, like the last video I posted, 2 people asked what mic I had, and it's like $100 microphone. It's not too fancy as they go.
Hey, how does this sound for you guys? Is that non-echoey?
Yeah, so I'm talking and I don't hear echo. And your
Yeah,
mic is
it was
I was
earlier
hearing
when
echo, so that's
the
better.
other mic was open.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because I just basically what I've done now is because the reason I don't use my headphones sometimes is because the mic on my headphones is so shit, but now I've got the output going to my headphones and I've got the mic going into like from my computer mic, which somehow is like even is better than the headphones mic. But so this sounds okay now.
Yeah, way better.
Okay. And Maxim, have you ever been a singer?
Actually, a little bit, yeah. I actually my family, when we grew up, my dad was in a quartet, and when I was really little, we would, I have 4 siblings, and we would do, harmony and everything,
Oh
every
wow.
little
Yeah,
and
acapella, house.
yeah, and then it's not a big deal. I mean, I feel like choir and
It's a big deal, man. Being able to sing in harmony when other people are singing different parts is a definite skill. Like I've been
I
an
love it.
actor and I've been in
Oh, it's
musicals where I've
cool.
had to learn dance routines and be singing in 4-part harmony,
Oh,
and
good for you, man.
that shit's
That's
hard.
cool, yeah. Yeah, I was a lead every year in our high school musicals, and went to state for, competing in quartet stuff. But I always thought it was not that big of a deal just because there was no competition, and I feel like saying that I went to state, I never won state, it sounds cooler than it really is.
I mean, the hardest thing for me is like you've got these like trying to maintain your part when other people are doing all sorts of other stuff.
Totally, totally. Yeah, I love it. I love being a bass. That's and I have a real I think it's because I'm so tall, but I have the ability to go pretty low, which is just fun.
Yeah, I was a tenor. I can kind of be a bass, but it's a bit harder.
Yeah, if you want me to look dumb, ask me to sing tenor. I'll sound like a little girl. Like, it's not a powerful masculine sound, but tenors are great. Like, every part is good and needed, and,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah,
Yeah.
a good tenor is clearly very valuable.
It's just such an amazing feeling when everyone is just in their parts and it's all and you get this overall chord and then the chord's changing. It's such a beautiful feeling.
Yeah, I agree.
When I was
Yeah, I think it was Call Me Crazy. When you unmute, that's when it feeds back like crazy. Call Me Crazy, please use some headphones.
Yeah, is it doing it now?
That's cool.
I was
Depends
actually
on
going to jump in and ask how mine sounds because I'm using this AverMedia mic camera setup.
Yeah, the problem is not so much the mic itself. Like you can have a crappy mic and not feedback. The problem was if you don't listen with headphones or if you have like your speakers up, it's gonna feed back into the mic, and this like basically creates a loop, and our ears get wrecked. That's a nice advice for most people who want to take the mic and talk. It's not about having a super mic quality. It's more about don't feeding back into the feed.
That's a great point. You know, I totally forgot about it. I'm using my earbuds now. How does this sound?
Amazing.
Sounds great. Yeah, we don't. If you have headphones, then you don't. The need to mute after is a lot lower, just because the main reason you'd want to mute, well, I guess it would be for sound in the background too, but is the echo. But
Yeah,
the
that's good
headphones should
advice.
cancel that out.
Thanks. Yeah, I listen to you guys all the time, but you know, I don't do any sort of professional broadcasting or YouTubes or anything. So it's good to hear that kind of feedback.
Yeah, you sound fine.
I'm so excited to be rich. Who else? It's gonna
I
be
wouldn't
so,
mind.
gonna be so good. Did I hear you right? You used to live in a shed, Maxim, or something like that?
Yeah, man. That's
Yeah. See, I'm relating to this. I'm
yes, I have
following your
it.
journey.
Yeah, I have it pinned on my Twitter. Just
It's
some of my
amazing.
journey so far. But yeah, I had over $1 million in real estate, and when I married my wife, we moved into a mobile home that we paid something like $3,500 for.
That's
And
amazing.
yeah, it's fun. We both look really fondly on that time, actually. It's cool to like
Great. Yeah.
look to your future and see, like, you know, who knows what's going to happen, but the actions we're taking are going to put us farther ahead than we'd otherwise be. And when you're living
Yeah.
in a junky mobile home park, you're like, it's probably going to be up from here.
Well, you know what's so funny about that is the reason I got into crypto and things was because I was trying to gather enough money to buy like a van that I would be able to live in because I didn't want to be homeless. I was so like scattered all over the place, and I was like, well, if I just get like a van, I can live in that and no one's gonna bother me, right? But then
Yeah.
my like ceiling for what I thought was possible just kept getting more and more. I was like, well, if I can make 10 grand, then maybe I could make 20. And if I could make 20, and
Yep.
then it's just crazy how it happens. And now my goals are not living in a van anymore. My goals are more than living
Yeah,
in a van. Just so
totally.
funny to think about.
It's an interesting process. It's been interesting for me because some people say this, and I don't know if it's helpful for me to say my observation, but money, it really is like a lot of people, for example, think that $1 million is a lot of money. And when you have $1 million, like I don't want to say this to be discouraging, but you really understand how little that really is, especially now with all the
Oh,
inflation that we've had. It's
I agree, and I have nothing even close to that. Like I'm broke, but I think to myself all the time, once I do that, once I cash out, that's it now. Like it's taxed,
yeah,
and I don't have a income stream. I just have
yes,
like a little nest egg of money that I calculate like I would blow through so quickly. And the way
exactly,
I myself is I think, okay, how much is like a Ferrari? It's
right.
like 250,000. I'm like, so you can buy 4 of those and you're broke. Like you can do that 4 times and then you have no
Yeah,
money. And that's
exactly.
what
And
a
when
lot
you buy those
of
Ferraris, you gotta pay the insurance,
yeah.
you know, pay the gas. You gotta have a place to store them. The money goes really fast. And an interesting thing for me too is like part of my goal is wealth, which a net worth to me is not my definition of wealth. A high net worth means I have money in my account or tied up in real estate or something, but it's not income, for example. And a lot of crypto isn't income generating. And so a big net worth in crypto, it's like kind of like you're saying, if you use it, it's gone. And that's another reason I really like the combination of real estate and crypto, because real estate, you have real ability to get relatively passive income. I like that, and you have a lot of tax advantages with real estate. But crypto, you have the ability to acquire money potentially quickly, but a lot of it for me is a portion of my crypto profits I want to put back into real estate and
That's
have the
cool.
ability to confidently live with the standard of living that I hope for from basically I'm seeing either owning businesses or real estate. I'm just more familiar with real estate.
Yeah. That was me. I was like, I don't have an income stream and I don't have any skills. Like I dropped out of school and stuff. So I thought like, man, and then when I saw Hex, I was like, what I wouldn't do to have like a T-share ladder like the OGs have, you know what I mean? It's like, that is your like version of real estate there, isn't it? But
Yeah.
Hedron's just as Hedron, Icosa, things like that. It's just as good.
Yeah, Hedron and Icosa, I feel I've just said this so many times, but I feel like they're much more speculative than even Hex, but they have a lot bigger upside. So if it does work out, then people might have something to show for it.
I think it will work out. I have a good feeling.
So far, so good. It's been really interesting seeing these HSIs come through and how the process is working. But so far, so good, in my opinion.
Hey, I wanted to add something to, I mean, I listen to you guys all the time. Maxim, doing an awesome job with your content. You guys are probably a little bit younger than I am, but it's so important when you talk about trying to make $1 million or make money, that you need to make sure that you are content and happy with everything you have in life when you have nothing, because
Love it.
you'll find that it's when you make $1 million, you're like, oh, that wasn't that
Yep.
difficult. But it's a lot harder to keep $1 million than it is to make $1 million. And because a lot of times what people do is they elevate their what they perceive as a quality of life, and it's more of like wants instead of needs, and then it can disappear in a heartbeat, and their expectations of like, this is quality of life, they become used to it, and once they become used to it, then you want more. And it's
Yes.
as you get older, you'll realize it has nothing to do with wanting more. It's really more to just be comfortable and content and have the ability to help people who want to help themselves. But and then just on your route of getting there, of not surrounding yourself with people, even if they're family members, that are going to just constantly bleed you dry but have no interest in helping themselves. So that's just the quick take, I guess, but just wanted to put that out there.
I think that's so true. And I think, it's easy to look for happiness in money. Money does not give you happiness. I think for a lot of people, if there is happiness in money, it's the ability to not worry about paying bills, which you can easily sacrifice by upgrading your style as you get more money. And you're just pushing more stress on yourself when you do that. There's a quote from Naval that says something like, few people like understand or experience the joys of living under your means. And I feel like I've been able to do that a little bit, and I agree. It is a beautiful feeling to be relatively confident if the car breaks, if these unexpected expenses come up, that you can pay for them. And another thing I think about is money is not my end goal. Like some of the things that I want from money are not money itself. It's, for me, a lot of it is independence and freedom. And in the pursuit of money, sometimes people can give up independence and freedom. And to me, it's like, what's the point of sacrificing what money is for more money? And I think it's important. It's been important for me to try to look into myself and see, like, what are the values that I actually have? And like I said, for me, I really value independence and freedom. And if I'm putting myself in a situation sacrificing that for money, well, then I'm not even living up to I'm just hurting myself. And yeah.
That's so true. I used to say to my mom like that I would rather be like homeless or a millionaire, but like anywhere in between looks like hell for me. Like
I'm
having
with you.
car
I think
payments
that's so
and
true.
like having to turn up to a job. I remember my friend got like a lease payment for his car, and I looked at him and I said, like, you can't even quit your job now if you want to. Like, you have to go to work now. Like before it was like a choice, but now it's like an obligation that you have to. And I thought that's terrible. I'd rather have no car than have to pay monthly.
That's how it is for me. And like, there's this story of like the fisherman that goes out and gets one fish or a couple fish every day, kind of lives the beach life. And one of his, capitalistic or whatever American friends is like, dude, you should get a bigger boat, get more fish, start selling those, make some real money. And the fisherman's like, why? Because, you'll have more money. But, the story goes, they get to the point where he owns a fleet of ships, has so much money so that he can then go back on the beach and enjoy his day. And it's like, well, I'm already doing that now. And yeah, I I notice for me, like, I value learning so much that that's I kinda want the freedom to learn, and then I want the freedom to be able to tell people what I learned. And that's some of the more rewarding things that I've found in life. And I've recognized I don't wanna learn just for myself. That's kind of like, if I die and I knew a bunch of if I was really wise, but I never helped anyone with it, that's still not a very satisfying life. But if I can accrue that wisdom and give it back to people, that seems really meaningful. And I tell people the story too. There was a point where I was looking at the amount of wealth that I had, the amount of money I had, and was like, it was the first time in my life that I was like, I'm not satisfied to look for money anymore, to work for money. The motivation's not there. And it really became clear to me, like money isn't satisfying. And I ended up deciding I do want to pursue money, but a lot of it's because I think that's going to force me to operate in the world we live in, and hopefully, um, like, make me a little bit more accountable for my actions. If I just stop the game, I'll basically be a lazy bum, and I'll stop learning, and I don't wanna do that. I wanna keep pushing myself and in the process, learning and hopefully being able to share that back with other people. And that also is cool too, because if I feel that money isn't the end of the world, if I make a decision and lose my money, and I know that my, satisfaction with myself isn't money, I can handle that. And it's a very, like, peaceful feeling to be relatively at one with myself and know that if I lost my money, I wouldn't even be that stressed about it.
That's
Irony.
very well said.
Yeah.
Very well said.
The other irony is that, like, when you do live a bit more of a life, like, it's the times that you struggled and the times that you had failure, they're the times you, like, smile at and laugh at. Like,
Yeah.
and it's the times when everything was just going really good and you're just cruising along, yeah, you just go, yeah, whatever. You don't really think of the same as those
Yeah.
times so much.
Yeah, living on the edge where you're like, "I think this will work," and then seeing it work is really satisfying. And there's something about the hope of something better tomorrow that it seems like humans need. And if you're not working for something better, like it's you kind of lose a lot of meaning for living. And as soon as you stop, like you're like, this is where it ends, a lot of times like your happiness goes.
It's very true. I mean, for myself, I've been grinding in this industry for probably 25 years, but I find more value of going in and working with um, the younger kids and spending time with them and trying to help give them guidance on basic decision making, whether it's buying a used car or how to not use credit cards or how to like understand what your credit score is, like how to like to get them set up to for some success in life and to have and to just show that look, you're scheduled for 36 hours or 40 hours, like you're yes, you're working full time, but what are you doing with all your free time? Because it's nothing for an entrepreneur to grind for 60 to 90 hours a week. And there's, if you want to get ahead in this world and you aren't part of the lucky sperm club, you have to grind and you have to be doing something to further yourself, whether it's education, learning a trade, whatever. Just this is where social media and stuff is just destroys these kids. And it's I don't know, we deal with it every day. We have considerable amount of employees, and I've just found more value in running the business is easy. It's cultivating these kids to help them through life. and and you find that if you do that type of stuff, they find more value in their job, they stick around longer. I mean, I've had multiple kids that have worked with me from 14 all the way through to one of them's getting ready to start. He's an attorney with JAG, and I was his first job. I've had several of them that, and I think there's a lot that you can do out there to help these kids because they're the ones you're going to be dependent on in the future. And it's not, um, it's hard to find kids that really have a lot of work ethic and have drive, but a lot of it's because they have no direction. So
Yes. Yeah, I found that too. I've been lucky enough to work with some really cool younger people that their life experience, and I kind of blame their parents, really didn't set them up. Like they were the parents did a really good job in my experience with some of the people I'm thinking of. They were like honest, honest kids. That's awesome. But they had no idea how to work a job, how to show up on time, how the system works. And they're very naive. And it has been really enjoyable to find these kids that I think truthfulness is a extremely valuable, like good for their parents for at least getting that far. And since they had that value, their ability to grow and learn, I could see like if you apply yourself, if you you're in college, but you do not understand how the world works, but because you have some of these other values, I think you're going to go really far. And it was cool being able to, I think, kind of like you're saying, mentor them a little bit. That they're working for me, but a little bit more personal. It's really it is really rewarding. Another thing I tell myself, I can't do that if I don't have wisdom. And I kind of said this earlier, but it's a reason like I want to have my mind in the right spot. Like I can't help other people if I can't give wisdom if I don't have it. And it's yeah, it's the same thing too with money. I can't give money if I don't have money. And it's yeah, they're both motivating factors. It's pretty satisfying. I really
when
think.
you seem like you have a lot of the Midwest work ethic farm. I mean, are you from the Midwest or where are you like?
Yeah, I'm from the Pacific Northwest. I did grow up on a wheat farm. Um, yeah, I mean, you nailed it.
All right, yeah. So because we basically we're on the East Coast, but we work some with people. I don't. There's whether it's corn or it's not. Um, there's a fair amount of farmland in the in some, I guess, in the outskirts of our areas. But and it's just when you, even kids that maybe they don't have a great education or they didn't go to college, but they have good work ethic, so they have a chance. But I've had plenty of young individuals with master's degrees, and they just have zero work ethic. And
Yep.
I, I had one kid that like aerospace engineering and finance, and he wrote an essay on why he should get paid for 40 but only work 20. Like he
Yeah.
submitted it to me seriously, and this kid, and it's just like, okay, why don't you need to just take that out into the marketplace and go see how you can perform with that, but
Yeah.
there's so much entitlement of the kids coming out of college with a degree but no work ethic, and
No,
it's
degrees to me mean little. Like I've worked in real estate development and I worked 15 years in IT, and I, have had the ability to hire people directly and then also in a team hire people. And I've hired the person, I rate the person way over the resume, and that has rarely worked against me because I've had the ability to go relatively specialized in certain areas that like in IT, for example, the niche that I was in, it was cool because no one understood it, and so I kinda had a lot of power. But I realized that people thought this was this really complicated thing, and I knew that if I had a year of a halfway competent person, I could teach them and they would be very powerful. And the ability to teach people specialized knowledge is people can learn very quick. You can't teach someone to be truthful. Like I would never hire someone being like, well, if we can get this guy to actually care about the customers and be truthful, then he'll be a great employee. Like those are very hard to teach, but you can teach someone if they are truthful and, care about the people around them. Uh, they can learn specialized knowledge pretty quick, I've found. And, yeah, some people call it work ethic, but, yeah, if they're trying to do their best, then they're actually really valuable. And, there's a lot of times people would apply with really impressive resumes, like almost overqualified, and I would say no because you could tell that they weren't going to be satisfied in the position and they thought they were someone special. They weren't going to listen, and I would choose the guy with a worse resume that was willing to listen, was willing to work on a team, and I would. It's something that when I've been on hiring committees, I've tried to sell why I'm going for the guy with a worse resume, and it's been really rewarding too because over time, some of my coworkers are like, "You're right. This guy was a great hire."
that's so true. And I would, I mean, what we've always uh, tried to teach is you run to the fire, not away from the fire. And it's so important for any level, whether it's even communication with your significant other or in business. Like when you see a problem, you deal with it head on because it always blows up in your face. And I mean, I guess the best example today is probably Sam Bankman. Like whatever he had going on, I mean, it just got out of hand. And I mean, obviously there's some deceitful stuff there, but if you don't address things head on, no matter what they are, they just always come back. They always come back tenfold, and they'll just blow up on you. And it takes years of, I guess, grinding and making mistakes that you learn these things, and you have to. I try and instill them in my own kids at a young age. It is very difficult, um, but I just, not to derail the conversation or to, people are here for Icosa and Hedron. I wanted to step in a minute and heard you guys were talking. Just wanted to share some of my experiences, but I had my experience in the legacy markets, and it's later on in life, and this is, I believed, was a great opportunity for my wife and I to try and I don't know, take a shot at something that has huge upside, but at the same time knowing that we went in, we could lose whatever we put in, and it's, consider gone when you send it. But because anything can happen, so like no one would expect what's happening right now. But thank God we're in this ecosystem because everything seems to be somewhat insulated. What we can't do is we can't predict what the SEC or the government, if anything, with what's happened right now, should hopefully get everybody more focused on the central exchanges and not the decentralized side. Um, but I think I've heard some of the Twitter spaces the last couple of days, and Richard on there, and I think where he does an awesome job. I know, where I I don't want to be critical of the guy, but when he gets the opportunity and gets these guys in these spaces to, this is a different caliber of people across all walks of the earth, and he does have a tendency to get I don't know, get pulled in emotionally. Um, but if he could just address the facts of, like, he has to act the way he's acting because this is the way the algorithms are that were built by more or less the evil doers that want to make a shit ton of money off everybody, and they know how to work, I guess, the emotions of individuals and what they want to watch and what they want to see. And the big players made it more or less illegal for him to advertise, or not him to advertise, but for everybody to advertise normally. Um, and he had an awesome chance to segue into that the other day, but then got sidetracked with someone calling Hex a scam. But I think because I've heard, when he's off the space and people bring it up, and then too many people jump in and they buy into the whole notion. They don't know what they're talking about. They haven't done their homework. Um, that that Hex is a scam, and it's like, and you just hear them parroting the same stuff. And there's so many paid people out there that were paid to hate on Hex, and I really think that's where a lot of this stuff is coming from. But the reality is, harsh reality is they can tie it up and just an investigation, even if it has nothing to do with anything. It's just bad press, and then they can come out and say, okay, everything's fine, sorry, go about your business. But in the meantime, you can destroy something in that process. So I think it's important for everybody to try to educate as many people that you can. And it's very important for people to reach out to their senators or congressmen and let them know who you are as an individual. You're a voter, and you believe in I don't, in cryptocurrency, or in you want to put in your 2 cents, because if no one says anything, the community could get railroaded, and it's just some paid guy with a badge who's just whatever, got nothing else better to do, and he doesn't like the TikToks or the YouTube videos and the way this guy acts, without even knowing why he acted the way he acted, for whatever because of the way it was stacked against him. So there's no doubt. I know he's a great-hearted individual, and I've seen all the old school YouTubes. I spent 3 or 4 months doing homework before I put in $100, and this was the community I went to because of, I learned who he was before Hex, and the way the community talked about security, and don't do anything till you get a hardware wallet. And so for, like I said, 4 months before I did anything. And so I know I'm in the right place, but I hate to see everybody just sit back and let things unfold. People need to take action locally, and try and get involved. That's all. Sorry for being long-winded, guys.
Yeah, I agree. The loud minority, just the people that are speaking, you can just see actually do have power. And sometimes the minority can overcome the majority just by being louder, and speaking up does matter.
Yeah, when you got a guy, I don't know, that he's kind of a manic joker or whatever, but it's almost like he is just over the top, trying to destroy whatever it is he's trying to do. And when you got someone like that acting the way he's acting, but who do we have that's fighting the fight in the other direction? I mean, I hope the old school OG Hexkins, the people doing the Hex Investment Trust and stuff like that, I hope, I wish they would let us know what do we need to do to help them lobby, or who should we reach out to and write letters to or whatever. But you would think these guys got a lot of money on the line because they have the big stakes. There should be better communications to the community on what we could do to help.
Yeah, this is a good reminder for me. I like what you're saying.
Hey, Blue, what part of Australia are you on? The Sydney, Melbourne, Queensland? What are you on that side?
I'm in this really little part of Australia called Mexico. I left Australia. Yeah, I left Australia in earlier this year. Wanted to get out. I'm originally from Melbourne. During the pandemic, I was up in Cairns for a couple of years while Melbourne was locked down, and now I'm just kind of floating around the world, basically.
Nice.
I just wanted to mention about like universities and colleges, what they train people to do is just regurgitate information and cram at the last minute for essays or tests. And they're an absolutely terrible training ground for humans. And I say that having got a degree, and actually I've got a master's as well. And my mother's an academic.
Yeah, I actually spent a semester at uni at New South Wales, and I mean I love the country, I love the fact of being by the beach. Lived right there in Coogee, but learning at the university there, it was my first time of really experiencing the. I guess it's almost like it's a reverse, or it's a just different type of discrimination there was against the Asians, and with like Asians and Australians, but then there's third and fourth generation Asians that speak fluent or just speak, like, if you weren't looking at them, they're Australian. It sounds like an Australian, but then you turn around and they're Asian, and then you have Asians that look the same, they can't speak barely any English. And so it was like, coming from the United States and being ignorant to, okay, well, really just, growing up with what we see. And I don't know, it just opened my eyes to a lot in the world. But I love the country, and everybody was super friendly. But they did seem to act a little bit crazy through the whole COVID thing.
Yeah, it's not so, hey.
So
really
Twitter, Gemini's looking for $1 billion loan for Monday. So that could be something. That might be some macro news right there.
Damn.
There was some kid.
Rescue?
Did you see that there was some kid that was going head to head with Richard the other day, and it all started with something about Gemini, and he got upset because Richard said that he knew people that couldn't get their funds off Gemini, and then and then the next day they say they're stopping sending out funds. I mean, the man is so right about
Everything is fine.
uncanny.
Oh wait, nothing is fine.
He is just spot on constantly.
Well, ladies, liquor, and leverage. Am I right?
I'm glad there's someone like Richard in in the world, in the community, to just warn people about the realities of and the risks and the right way. I don't understand everything that he says, but he's trying to make things better in his own unique way. So it's good.
When you go back and look at some of the old, there's a video with him and is it Simon Dixon, and that's who he's been on the live spaces with the other day. And to see those two interact now, and I think Simon Dixon, I think his last name's Dixon. I'm not for sure, but his first name's Simon. But he hated on Richard a lot. But this guy also shilled Celsius, and he got a lot of people wrecked. But it's really good to see these guys have him in the spaces with all these other people in the industry, and the time that they give him to talk. And it's, I mean, it makes you feel like we are in the right place and very bullish for the DeFi. We just need him to be able to be left alone to finish what he's got to finish. But I couldn't think of a better time for him to launch. I know, you know, imagine if this thing was going out right now and all these people are looking to get stuff off exchanges and go out into DeFi. It's, gosh, just pray for him to get it done.
Yeah, you're so right about that. Him even being invited to participate in those discussions is so important. That's a good point.
And it's interesting to hear when he's talking. A lot of these guys don't understand how DeFi works. They don't understand Uniswap. They don't understand the liquidity providing. They've been in the centralized world for so long. They don't. It's like he's opening their eyes to stuff.
Yeah, they operate so differently. It is. They're like, you have to learn. You know, I'm just learning about liquidity pools and on this on this voice chat. It's pretty cool. Because I came from the other side.
I think and Maxim, maybe you have. I don't know if you spend any time with this, but it seems extremely important for the people that are getting into these projects at the beginning, whether it's Hedron, Icosa, PulseX, all these, like understanding the single-sided liquidity at least, because it's how you can get in and out of a position without dumping on everyone's heads and not making emotional market sells. And from what I understand, it seems like that's one of the pieces for PulseX that will not be available until the springtime, because of the way the open source software, something like Uni, has a lock on that until April. Uniswap does, at least on the single-sided liquidity. But someone correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think that can be a good strategy. Unfortunately, I haven't found a really good, simple DeFi way to use limit orders. And I think single-sided liquidity can work similarly.
The Hexecutioner he explained it. I don't know on which, and it's on one of the recorded things. I listened to it again the other day, but he did a pretty good job explaining how you can just pick a range on, say, for when people are wanting to get into Icosa, you're giving them you're receiving USDC and they're receiving Icosa. The issue, which they don't have, is like when it passes through your range, you have to exit your position, because if the price comes back the other way, then you end up getting it back. Granted, you're making fees, but you're not achieving what you wanted to achieve. So I think that was also one of the requests that people were saying to try to have in PulseX, and I think it was Jesse that brought this up, that to have a button that you could select when you create your liquidity position, that once it passes through your position, it automatically exits you out. And they think that would be something that no one has ever done, but would be a very positive thing for them to maybe consider for PulseX. It's a better way of getting in and out of position and not market selling, and you're not paying slippage, and you're receiving fees at the same time. So that's all.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
The problem is you can't do it on-chain transaction automatically. So there would be some kind of back-end bot of some kind that you're given like permission to sign and receiving a signature to say if and when this happens, this transaction can be executed, but that external factor has to be there. Like nothing on blockchain is automatic. So just having it on-chain automatically happen is actually impossible.
Do you think it could be something that the devs build on the back end, though?
Yeah, possibly. Because just because nothing, for example, like minting my Hedron is not automatic, but I could set up a bot that mints my Hedron for me in 6 days, right? But that's like a script that's now I've set it up such that this script has the ability to perform actions from my address with my private key on my behalf, if that makes sense. So it's not that the chain is doing it automatically, but yeah, like in theory, you could have this external factor that did it. And yeah, like even another thing, right? Like it's not so much that you ref the price as well, like that's the biggest thing, but just pushing the price against you, right? Like if you've got a big order of 100K at the quoted value, like you see it on the chart, you're getting one, a liquidity pool fee for the liquidity provider of what, 0.31%. Let's call it 1% for argument's sake. So you've got 100K. Well, there's 1,000 to the liquidity provider, and then you've got a bit of slippage. And even when there's not that much slippage, you're definitely getting less than 99,000. But if you instead get 107,000 by putting it in the liquidity position, or 101,000, or just any amount above 100,000, isn't that like better for you anyways, right? Even if you don't necessarily like, not you don't care, even if the market price and pushing the rest of the price, pushing the market down doesn't really, like, it isn't at the forefront of your mind because of anything other than, hey, I don't want to push the price against myself. Well, that's still like just as much of a motivation to do the liquidity position, because what's better, 101,000 or 98,500, right? But it's the same kind of, it's the same assets that you're selling essentially. So yeah, I think it's a very good point when kind of people bring that up, that even if you don't want to provide liquidity, use it just as a proxy to make yourself essentially a limit order, like a super tight range. Keep an eye on it. Once it goes through, pull it, because it helps the market. It gives you more money for your same amount of assets.
Yep. No, it's very good point. I mean, I played around with it a little bit, and it's the time you got to sit there and watch it, and then be where you can make a decision because you got to have your computer and a hardware wallet, and it's that's the drawback. So and people are lazy and everybody wants the path of least resistance. They want instant gratification, even if they lose money. But I think it's a wise thing to do, especially if you're trying to get out of a large position. So, but thank you very much for that additional information. I learned. Love to learn. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, and you brought up, it's a great point. Never really thought of it like everybody could learn, even if they don't want to provide liquidity, just to be able to make that limit order, or use it as a proxy for your limit order. So yeah, I think that's a really good point.
Hey, now that a bunch of these exchanges are having issues, what are different exchanges you guys are using? Has anyone had any experience with Kraken?
Yeah, I mean, I used Kraken for the first kind of 3 years, I guess, of my crypto experience from 2013. I really started using it like end of 2014, but yeah, I mean, Kraken is the place that that was my go-to, so to speak, right? But now what I do is if I want kind of on and off ramp, I use a service called Trust Token, which essentially offers a way to be able to mint or redeem, I believe it's TUSD tokens, right? So there's no fees at all. You give $1,000, you wire it to their bank account, and the company set up so it's like an escrow provider. So, for a start, your bank won't flag it as like a crypto transaction, for example. So it's this company which in general is a general escrow provider. You send them your $1,000 worth of, in a wire transfer. From personal experience, around 6 to 8 hours later, they then mint you TUSD to the wallet that you specify with no fees. The only fees that you'd possibly face is if your bank charges you for the wire. So then you'll get 1,000 TUSD. You can then go over to Uniswap, trade the TUSD for, I don't know, USDC. And then you kind of on chain, you're doing everything, go into your Hex, go into your Hedron, or whatever you want to go. And then the same in reverse. When I want to get out, take some USDC, put it into TUSD, put it into the, you kind of put it into the wallet that you specify, and you burn that TUSD then. And when you've burnt out of existence, same again, $1,000 burnt, they then send you $1,000 wire transfer to your bank account. Now, obviously, with that service, you'll have the KYC. But yeah, that's the service I personally use. But I've always used Kraken as well. I've never really used another exchange. Kraken was always my go-to back in the day.
All right, no, that's good information. But the TUSD, is that just so you just go online and set up an account with them, and it's more or less handled the same way, correct?
Yeah, so essentially what they do is issue and redeem these tokens for you. There's no trading, or it's not an exchange of sorts. It's more just literally an on and off ramp for that side of it. So I just use it to get on or get off of crypto. So yeah, if that tickles your fancy, perhaps give that a look. But the reason I always like Kraken was because of, I don't know, but they just seemed the most transparent company. Trace Mayer was an investor, and that's someone I used to kind of loosely follow back in the day. And they're the ones that started this whole proof of keys day. So Trace Mayer actually started that, where I think it's on the anniversary of Bitcoin. All the exchanges kind of prove funds, right? To prove the reserves that they have, essentially. So if everybody was to withdraw at the same time, do you have that do you have what we need in reserve? Do you have my Bitcoin? Do you have my Ethereum? And again, like, that can be kind of not faked, but we just talked about the fact that if you have all these assets, you can then get a loan against those assets, so you'd be able to prove reserves even if you technically didn't have them. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. I used to use Kraken just personally because of those reasons. But I used it before the spoof of keys was even a thing, and then when it became a thing, I was like, yeah, I guess I chose the right place, But then obviously started following Richard Hart and just slowly moved away completely from centralized exchanges, I guess. I used to then use it as an on and off ramp, and just get my stuff over to Electrum wallet when I had Bitcoin, and then obviously MetaMask when I got into Ethereum. But I only really got into Ethereum because of Hex, to be honest. Before that, it was just buying and selling Bitcoin on Kraken and then keeping it in an Electrum wallet, which is non-custodial.
Hey, I'm just looking at the Hedron bot, and it looks like someone just won an auction for 14 Hedron. Another person won an auction for 905 Hedron. Another person won an auction for 40 Hedron. So maybe someone is clearing the UI for us.
Yeah, no, I think what it is it's off by 1 billion, I believe. I believe it's off.
Oh, okay.
I think there's like a decimal problem here, but I remember before, it's off basically.
There has been someone clearing some of those 1 hex HSIs though.
I wonder if it's the executor.
Oh yeah, so maybe it's not off anymore. So yeah, I forgot there was 1 XHSI. I was thinking like there's never going to be a 4 Hedron minimum bid. But yeah, I guess it might be on. It might have been fixed now. Have a look, Blue.
Yeah, all the ones are off, and it's looking. I'm just not sure how to see if it's the. Oh, hang on, I followed the where that money went. Hang on. I wonder who's doing it.
I've done a few, but none of the one hex ones. I've done some that are less than 600 hex.
Yeah, Nomad and I started basically clearing the exit auction so that it would clean up the UI. And then people are like, where's my thing? What happened to it? No, I don't think the no, where the water went, or where that money from the water went, I don't think it has been doing anything. Oh, hang on. Sometimes, guys, trying to work out what people are doing in these through Etherscan sometimes is really complicated.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
When is the optimal time to use the buyback contract?
You mean to get Icosa? Well, what you want to do is just check the Uniswap price of Icosa, and then.
I'll do that.
Oh, okay. So what's the optimal time? Is when it's low gas, I suppose.
No, do you think it's? Yeah. Yeah. Why is the value of my HSI, the Icosa bit, why is that falling?
Why is the price of Icosa falling? It's just the
No,
market. So
no, the HSI, you know what I mean.
Yeah, because the share rate's going up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, because it's divided by the share rate. Yeah.
Because from yesterday till today, it's changed because I've got
Yeah.
a HSI that I've been in such a weird mind of should I send it back to the contract or not. I'm in an RM for the last 3 days, and I'm just wondering
how much you're getting is slowly going down.
yeah. And should I keep it till next year, or should I hold it? It's a nice T-share rate. It's got a nice multiplier on it. Should I hold it? Should I sell it? What should I do?
The other thing to think about as well is that when you decide to make a stake in Hedron or Icosa, like that is it's how many points you get, and the amount of points you get then of the greater of the whole. So there's a bit of FOMO there with getting into the pools as well.
Yeah.
But it's hard, because it's like you've got that kind of going on, but then you've got the USD prices of everything as well.
And you got the T-shares, and it's help me. What should I do?
Spread your risk. Like if you I don't know, don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Oh God.
Come on, protector of the realm. You should know what to do. You're protecting us.
I've had this dilemma for the last 3 days, and I just don't know what to do.
Yeah, I was planning on just holding the HSIs long term, the ones that I won. But then I kind of reassessed and ended up just chucking a couple of the smaller ones in for Icosa.
Yeah. I got this one at a good price. I've got a couple that I think I overpaid for. I might throw them back in, but I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. I don't think I'm going to wait 15 years, so I just don't know what to do.
I mean, the other thing is because they're HSIs, that like you could just wait 5 years and then sell it as well.
So does that mean
on the open market?
Would it gain in value or?
Well, I mean, if the bull comes around, like in let's say a year or 2 or 3 months or whatever, whenever that's going to come around, like like just taking one of those ones and one of those smaller ones and selling it might be a play. It's going to collect all. I mean, the nice thing about 5555s is that you're maximizing the amount of hex that you can get every day.
Yeah.
I'd say if you've already got a good position in Icosa, then
it could always be better. It could always be better.
Yeah.
I'm a dolphin in everything, in the whole ecosystem, everything. In hex, in this, in whatever, whatever.
Oh, well, whatever you're doing is fine, Dad. You're just tinkering around the edges, then, aren't you?
Yeah. I might just keep it. I don't know. Yesterday I was on the edge of selling it back to getting Icosa, staking it. I just don't know what to do.
Yeah, first world crypto problems.
So Blue, if I held it till next year, would it be worth the same amount of Icosa?
No.
So it will keep going down.
Well, hang on. How are you measuring the price of Icosa?
Oh, okay.
In terms of how much Icosa you get, how much Icosa you get from that HSI, then that's going down over time because it's divided by the T-share rate, and the T-share rate's going up over time.
Okay, yeah, I know what you mean. But it still holds its value as what it is in its own right, like a HSI 555, however much T-shares it is or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. And there could be something else that comes out as a derivative where you could take out value, not sell your HSI and take out value from that as well, isn't it? But still keep the HSI in a sort of...
Yeah, who knows how many more contracts are going to be launched in the next year where you can somehow get something out of... I mean, You don't want to rely on that though. That's
No, of course not.
yeah, but who knows? Look, I mean, one thing is for sure. There's no way for us to predict what's gonna launch or be happening in the space next week, let alone next year.
True.
Like you just got to make the best decision for where you are right now, and the same thing. If you fuck up, don't panic. Again, just make the best decision for what you want to do next.
I have a question, Blue Bum.
Hey, Paul.
Hey there. So trying to get my head around the idea that I won't be doing any, ladders for the old native way of staking hacks, and everything's 5555 HSIs now. And I'm trying to get my head that if there's math that justifies that the hex accrued per T-share per day that you would be getting, and let's say you did a 2-year, and so 2 years later you're going to end your stake the old-fashioned way, but now instead I did the 5555 and then I want to sell it to the Icosa contract because I know it's very liquid and I could always do that. Is there any math that would support the expectation to get back in hex terms the extra hex that would have accrued, or the hex that would have accrued per day in that 2-year period?
No,
Did you
no, yeah,
I don't know if you could understand
kind of. But no, you can't really foresee that at all because it all depends on how these things are traded between each other. But also, what Sovereign was just like saying is that the amount of Icosa that you get from an HSI, the formula to work it out is B shares times days of mintable Hedron, like into the future, minus what you've already minted, divided by the hex T share rate. Now, because you're dividing by the hex T share rate, and that hex T share rate can only go up, it means over time, you're going to get less Icosa for the same HSI stake. So you're incentivized to sell it now to the Icosa over doing it later. But then you have to also take into account what the price of hex is going to do compared to the price of Icosa. And then if it's an HSI and you're thinking of selling it on the open market, you also have to take into consideration, like if you do it through OpenSea, they're going to take their 2.5%. And then you also have to take into account the selling of NFTs is a completely separate market from the selling of Hex. So in Hex, it's fungible. So like the market goes up and down and you know exactly how much, like you can just see how much you're going to get for it. But when you put it on a market like OpenSea, like let's say yours is the only one there and everyone wants it, and then all of a sudden that's going to go for a premium. But let's say there's a whole ton of people, like in 15 years time, what if like a year out of the 15 years time, all of a sudden tons of these HSIs come onto the market because people want to sell them before they pay for the big end stake. And so you would think that they will go for a discount at that stage. So it really depends on when you decide to sell that HSI and what that market is at that time.
So there's no like even semi-definitive way to say I'm going to not do a 2-year a 2-year stake because I know I want the money in 2 years. You can't with any level of comfort say, well, I'm just going to do the HSI 5555 and then I'll just sell it in a couple of years, and it'll be more or less the same as if I would have done a 2-year. Like you
Well,
can't make that connection.
on the one hand, if you if you're comparing a 2-year native stake to an HSI Quattro Cinco that you sell in 2 years, first of all, the HSI is gonna have earned a lot more, or is gonna have accrued a lot more hex yield in those 2 years, because you've got a better share rate, and you're also going to be selling a better share rate hex stake, but you have no idea what the market will be for that HSI in 2 years' time. And then you also have no idea the amount of Icosa you get, whether that will make it worth it to do it that way either. So like maybe the better tactic is to not just do everything the same, and to kind of like still get your native ladder potentially, you know, or work on having a native ladder, especially if you know that you'll want that. But even if you know that you want that money in 2 years, like you have no idea what the market price of hex will be. So yeah, like I would say, like, just because there are HSIs and the best value is to make a Quattro Cinco, it doesn't mean that it's not necessarily a smart move to also have a hex native staking ladder.
Yeah, I guess it's more foolproof with all the guessing that's required because of speculating, right? It's just so yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
there's guessing and speculating no matter what you do, which is why you spread your methods. Like the other thing is that, you know, we got this we got a free airdrop for having hex native stakes, but that free airdrop didn't go to the HSIs. How do you count that in?
What airdrop are you talking about?
The pulse, what is the PLSD?
Yeah,
like we got that
PLSD.
for having native stakes, but no one got it for HSIs.
Yeah.
And I don't know how poor pleb worked, but I don't think you got. I mean, you probably didn't get that for HSIs either, did you? And you did if you. I'm not even sure what the threshold was for the poor pleb one.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it or interacted with it or done anything with Poor Pleb. I haven't done anything.
I was talking to my brother earlier about the thought that this ecosystem is really shielded from the greater crypto market because of these auctions ending and starting bids being at such a ridiculously low starting price with the capacity to arbitrage. Am I missing something, or would you agree that it's almost like its own it's insulated quite a bit because of that?
Sorry, can you just repeat that? I didn't quite. I was just distracted by something.
So the fact that these HSIs got sold to the Icosa contract in the past, and so there's a supply coming in now and in the future at only that reduced price, the minimum bid, and it's so low compared to its like arbitrage able, or just like in our minds in this ecosystem's value, it really insulates us from the greater crypto market. Like if everything dropped 90%, there's no way we're gonna let these items get sold for the minimum. Like it just feels like it's buffered from the greater crypto market.
Yeah, to an extent. I mean, you can look at the hex price, and that's to an extent being buffered from all of this stuff. Although I think it could be down today. And I mean, I've never been completely convinced of the narrative that the reason that Hex is going down is because Bitcoin and everything else is going down. I'm wondering whether Hex is just doing its own thing, and it's has actually just kind of been coincidental that like Hex went up 10,000x. Like, of course, people are going to start, you know, buying stuff in the real world, and to do that, they sell it. So, I mean, maybe, and because it's, you know, our biggest pair is USD, like it hasn't got that, you know, like bonded liquidity with Bitcoin, like a lot of other stuff does. But you know, it's all guesswork, really. Like, and you know, even just seeing the timings of when Bitcoin went down and when Hex went down, they didn't seem super correlated to me. So I'm wondering whether that is just a kind of natural cycle that's happened in Hex, and everyone is just attributing it to Bitcoin and the crypto market going down because everyone looks for a narrative, and that seems to be the easiest narrative around.
I think you're right. I think that it has its own cycle, especially with the momentum and the economic mass that occurred, you know, in its own time frame. People take value out at when it matters to them, you know. So yeah, I just feel like the fact that these things go in, that Hedron and Icosa are built on top and related to the T-share, and they have this future supply of something at a starting price that's, you know, just so low, that it's an added, like, separation from other markets, because it's just, there's no way, you know, you'd have to not be able to afford to feed yourself to not figure out how to buy a 50% off HSI stake from the auction. Like, you know, if anybody has any disposable money, they're gonna see the value of that, and it's gonna bring it back up.
Yeah. I mean, it's a complex system that you've got to take a bit of time to learn how to do. But you know, if a stake is going for half its value, then it seems a no-brainer to pay half the value. But you know, what we've also seen is that, you know, like, one of the best tactics would have just been staking and waiting for all of that, you know, yield to come in. I mean, the yield payouts have been pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's my position.
Yeah, I took all my Hedron stakes and spread it out into, restaked it and put all that Icosa in its own stake.
Yeah, I think that recompounding is going to be the winning strategy, probably. You just have to be aware that every time you end the stake and restake it, because it's working out how many points you have and then how many points you have in the pool as to determine the payout. And the way the points are worked out is how much Icosa or Hedron it is divided by the Hex T-share rate. So you're getting less points as time goes on. But then that's happening to everybody. So the people who leave them in for the longest are getting the points, but they're not recompounding. And so there's a little bit of a competition there as to whether you do better from one way or the other.
Yeah, what's kind of nice because of the bonus pickup is that kind of incentivizes to make smaller stakes on multiple wallets for faster compounding than having one big stake. Because like if you have like a stake, for example, like a whale stake for 360 days, you will get more by compounding, and you will, every time you compound, like for example 180 days, you will compound one time, but you will have maybe a lesser good share rate, but it's still going to be worth it in the end. And if you
Yeah, maybe.
subdivide it in other smaller wallets, even though you have another like a different share rate every time, it's still going to be, compared to the yield we're making since the beginning, even though it's going down a little bit. Well, now it's up, but still going to be really worth it for the first year.
Yeah, and you can mix those tactics or that strategy. So if you have one kind of bigger wallet, which is maybe a longer time duration minimum, and then you have a whole lot of smaller ones, then you can, as they come up, you can end those, and instead of recompounding them into a smaller wallet, you can sort of feed some of them back into the mother wallet, so to speak, and then, like with others, make smaller stakes again. Maybe that's kind of a tactic.
Yeah, I did them all for the same time, and I kind of feel like I probably didn't think it through enough, just to do like 4 30-day Hedron stakes instead of doing like, I don't know.
Well, you didn't. The thing is, you didn't know that there was going to be like the bug where, or not a bug, whatever you want to call it, where the bonuses don't get paid out. Like that massive yield was because that we've received is partially due because the SA, burnt a whole lot of Hedron and then injected Hedron into the Icosa pools through liquidity, like through the injecting liquidity function. So yeah, that's like, that was something unforeseen, and that changes the tactics to an extent. And it really, if anything, I know Nomad probably disagrees with this, but I think it made it better for all the smaller players. And
It definitely
if
does.
anything, it affected the whales and stuff like that. Which
Yeah, because everybody get the same bonus now.
That's not quite right, because when the SA did that, he only caused a bigger payday that on one day, and with the seeded burn, he's only increased the payout by about 8,000 Icosa, from 41,000 to 50,000. So the payouts
you're slightly wrong there. The injected liquidity is Hedron going into the Icosa pool, so it comes out as Hedron.
Yeah, it's both. It comes out as Hedron and Icosa. But
Well, the burnt Hedron is Hedron, but the injected Hedron is just Hedron.
No, it's both. So the injected Hedron gives Hedron to the Icosa pool, plus it divides the amount injected by the share rate and gives that amount each day to the Icosa pool, to each of the pools in Icosa. So it's both of them.
And in terms of like going over 360 days, it's only going from 41,000 to 50,000. So it's not like a huge increase. It's the liquidations that you're seeing the burn now as well. So it's like, yeah.
Well, it's a 20% increase, right?
Sorry, can you just? I didn't understand that. How it comes out as Icosa from the injected liquidity. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So you essentially, like, let's say you specified, just for argument's sake, 100 Icosa, sorry, 100 Hedron for 100 days. It would then give 1 Hedron per day for 100 days to the Icosa pool. But what it would also do is divide 100 Hedron by the hex share rate. And the result of that divided by 360 is what each pool would get in Icosa. So
why
it's
would it
essentially saying,
why would it divide the 100 Hedron by the hex share rate and give it out as Icosa?
that's just what the function does.
But it's not a burn. It's an injected liquidity function.
I know, but it just acts as if it was a burn as well as injecting Hedron into the pool.
Oh, okay. That's just how that injected liquidity works.
Yeah. So it does both.
Oh, okay.
But
It does
like
both.
to the other thing, when you said like Nomad would probably disagree, I actually agree with that. And I even said the other day that when the Watson guys, because I thought about this, right, when the Watson guys were saying they were the worst off, it's actually the case that it's either net zero or net positive for Watson because of this. Imagine a big whale got a huge bonus, 20%, right? He gets that to himself. But everybody in Watson has to share that bonus unless you're the only person in Watson, right? Now, all that really matters is your percentage of total supply, right? Like $100 here and there aside, like if you've got 1 million coins and you have all of them, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. And likewise, if you have 1 million coins and you have 0.000005, it doesn't really matter. So your percentage of total supply relative to other users is the key, right? In this kind of system. So if you think that, sure, you're getting a copy of that bonus distributed proportionally in the Watson, but when that bonus happened, the guy that got it on his own still got further away from you as an individual in terms of his share of total supply. So now that doesn't happen, it's the case that that guy can't get further away from you. And if anything, we get a copy of HSI buyback bonuses. So we're now getting closer to the big guy. Plus we can't be our percentage of the pool can be diminished over time. Plus, as people leave the pool, our percentage of the pool goes up. So it's actually the case that it's not only best for small guys, it's in some cases better for small guys, or it's just net zero. And like you could measure it because nobody gets a bonus, right? So if nobody gets a bonus, it's net zero because it's the same for everybody. But for the small guy that wouldn't have otherwise got a bonus, he now at least gets yield for the next year if he's staking. So that's a little bit more. But sure, everybody gets that new yield. So now you can say, well, what about Watson? Well, Watson are now getting more yield. Plus, they're not having individual whales get bonuses on their own and go further away from the individual guys at the staking pool. Now, in some scenarios, you could run different models. In some scenarios, it would just be net zero. But it's either net positive or net zero for Watson. It's never net negative. So it's actually like you could measure that it's either just as good for the small guy or better in some scenarios. So I actually agree with what you said. And like when I thought about it, I was like, well, you could actually spreadsheet this and it would either be net positive or net zero, which in both cases is positive, right?
Dude, the whole time you were saying that, I just had the vision of this guy with all the pictures and the pieces of string all over the corkboard.
No, but the long and short, when Godwell gets a big bonus, 20%, he gets it on his own. When we get the copy of that bonus, we've all got to share it. So he still gets further away from us in terms of his percentage of total supply. Do you see what I'm saying? Because we have to share his bonus. So really, it's better for us now because sure, we would have got a copy of his bonus to share, but he still would have got further away from us in terms of total supply.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But that's just basically because he's bigger, he has a bigger percentage of the pool.
Yeah, but like in light of the bonuses not being there, you're saying it's better for the small guy. Like I agree because of that fact. Like you could actually measure that it's better for the small guy.
Yeah.
Nomad, I had a question. Where can I find its formula stuff for the seed liquidity function?
I'll add it to the pasta in 5 minutes if you just let me come in. But I can just forward you something that shows it. Just a sec.
Yeah, take your time. No rush. It's just that this is the kind of this is the kind of formula that I have. I have heard it 2 times from you now, but it's still something that I'm gonna have to read by myself and figure out every mechanism, or I will just forget it in an hour.
Yeah,
I'm not so good at mental math, so really need to look at it and dissect everything before I can really understand the full mechanism. But no rush, brother.
yeah. If you look in the chat now, that's just like an example of it. So the first section is where it's giving the Hedron to the Icosa pool, and then the second section is where it's doing the math to kind of give the Icosa to the pool, to each of the pools.
Nice. Thanks.
Did any of the super large HSIs that got bought with like a large amount of T-shares, did any of them get sold back into the contract?
Yeah, I think about someone mentioned like 33%. I haven't so far. I haven't checked it, but and that's just a number. That's not an amount, obviously. Has anyone else got any information about how many have gone back?
I think he was asking about the super large ones, not the whole system. The super large ones.
It seems like those are in a unique position, right? You got to really have a lot of financial capital to bid on those. So that's why I was wanting to have a involvement with Poly, was because it's impossible to compete for those if you're not, pretty big economically. So I figured those were going to go for a deal, and I don't know if they did, but I presume they did. And I wondered if they just took the arbitrage and sold it back, or if they're going to just keep those. Whoever got them.
Oh, is it your comment? Sorry.
Well, I can honestly say, Paul Chavez, that's one of my dilemmas. That's why I'm wondering if I should sell back to the Icosa contract. But I don't know yet.
And did some of them get stuck that we don't have to worry about now because of Polly's bug?
Correct.
That's a win for everybody.
But I don't think it's a total win because of it's stuck in the contract. No one can interact with it, so you can't good account it or you can't end it, so anyone can get anything from it. I don't think, unless someone else can correct me.
Yeah, I think that's correct. They're just gonna end up bleeding out, and no one's gonna be able to do anything with them.
So even when they bleed out, isn't someone supposed to interact with the contract so we can get paid out from it, or that won't be happening because you can't interact with the contract? Can you?
I think you can they can mint the Hedron from it, but they can't get the hex from it.
But never selling them and it coming out of supply, that's a plus as far as taking it out of supply, right?
Yep. It's all locked up for 15 years. It's
Never to be
earning.
put back to the market.
And
Well,
hopefully nobody's like hates hex so much that they good at counting all those, because then they wouldn't bleed out.